respectfully decline.
Grid of a million screens, he moves like a ghost through coding beams. A chrome-crossed knight with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise, from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar online. Guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise. Tactical Templar online. Steal the heart, defend the light. In the dark of the midnight feed, he plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat, just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things worth fighting for. One nation, loud and alive. We endure, we survive. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar online. Guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise. Tactical Templar online. Steal the heart, defend the light. Hold the line, hold the line. We rise. Tactical Templar. Defend the light. He sat on a pile of gold with ale on his breath and spite in his throat. Heavy with greed, with glassy red eyes, counting his curses like stolen praise. His tower was packed with junk and bone, cheap trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag grin and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crown has joined at last. velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fevered days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with the thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the cry treasure through fever days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the change, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with a thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises.
Hello, brothers!
Come off in the war drum rain and the lion.
Welcome back to the show, guys. It's so good to be here with you again today. And what a show do I have for you! Guys, we're going to be taking a look at Anthony Fauci getting absolutely spit roasted in front of Congress. We're going to be going over that. I want to watch some of the actual interactions. And then we're going to do a follow-up of, basically the greatest hits. But I do want to show that to you. And then we're going to be going over a debate from DebateCon 8. Andrew Wilson versus Dinesh D'Souza over the topic of if Christians are morally required to support Israel. Are Christians morally required to support Israel? Very interesting debate. We're going to be going over that. And guys, we're going to be playing some Helldivers. That's right. I can't get enough of this game. We're going to be playing some more Helldivers. Yeah, okay. With Helldivers, I need to get my character up. I need to get the levels up because there is a Warhammer War Bond coming. It's not out yet, but it's coming. I need my character to be geared and ready to go so I can hit the ground running and just start unlocking everything so I can get all the best gear. I want to be up to level at that point so that I just basically have the thing ready. I've already started collecting the super credits. So when that thing comes out, I'm going to be able to just buy it outright with the super credits. And then I'm going to start unlocking everything. I'm going to get all the Warhammer outfits. I can't wait. So we're going to be playing some Helldivers. We're going to be getting in, locking in, and we'll see. We'll see where we go. If we fight the bots or the Tyranids. I had so much fun yesterday playing it. So, yeah, we're going to be doing that as well. But first, guys, we have so much to go over. So much to go over as it relates to Anthony Fauci. Oh my gosh. This guy is one of the biggest weasels in the world. And I think the people have a short attention span and they don't properly remember how genuinely disgusting and horrible this guy was and how much the left lionized this guy, championed this guy. This guy was their messiah. He was their mascot. They loved Anthony Fauci. Oh my gosh. They were going crazy. They would have built statues and monuments to Anthony Fauci. But now, He's been brought in before Congress, and he has been stripped of all credibility. He has been stripped of all credibility, all reliability. He is just a sad, corrupt, old monster. And so we're going to be taking a look at that, and we're going to be going over the whole thing. Guys, I'm so glad to be able to come before you and talk about this. But yeah, I think it's important to discuss and important to go over. All right. All right. Let's lock in. Let's get ready to go. My little corner of the internet, my little oasis begins now. All right, let's get into it. Brothers, Anthony Fauci was dragged in front of Congress today, and it was absolutely brutal. Brutal.
When you talk about International Criminal Court, it's supposed to be for people like him.
Absolutely. Thank you for the donation, Heinrich. You are absolutely correct. Anthony Fauci is one of the biggest monsters of our time. There are millions of people that are dead as a result of the research and the dishonesty of Anthony Fauci and people like him. So it's very, very, very heartwarming to see that the GOP is finally doing something about this. Now, it's not enough for me, but it's something, okay? At this point, I'll take anything. And so if they throw Anthony Fauci in jail, I think that would be an absolute win. So I don't think that's going to happen, by the way, but it would be a win. So let's take a look at the story today, which is Anthony Fauci testifies on COVID-19 origins before key Senate panel. So he's before Congress, and actually, okay. So let's just play a little bit of this and give you the full scope of what's going on.
Dangerous research was funded by NIAID in a totalitarian country in a lab that lacked acceptable safety standards. The decision to fund dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, will likely go down in history as perhaps one of the worst public health decisions.
He's right.
Frankly, the American people deserve an apology.
Yeah.
I hope today Dr. Fauci will come
apology.
clean.
They deserve justice. They deserve absolute justice.
I wonder how all of this affects people who lost their creditably telling the truth saying thing against what Fauci said.
Yeah, it's devastating. There were a lot of people that lost their reputation, their livelihood, all because of Fauci's lies. That's why I'm saying that people deserve justice. Fauci should go to jail. Like, the fact that he gets to continue living in the country with the wealth that he has, all of his assets should be seized. He should be in jail. And honestly, if it were up to me, I can't say what I would, want done to him. But at the bare minimum, we can put him in jail. I think that's reasonable for the rest of his life. He spends in solitary confinement, away from civilization. And maybe we play messages over the loudspeaker in his cell of the people who lost family, just reciting, their letters to their loved ones that died maybe 24 hours a day on repeat over and over. Like, there are things that we can absolutely do. The fact that there isn't really the will to do them, I think is one of the greatest disappointments. So I'm hoping that this will lead to them actually doing something. I'm hoping that this will lead to them actually doing something.
It was a mistake to fund dangerous research in China. Admit that the risk of this dangerous research exceeded any possible benefits. Ask forgiveness and pledge to help our government devise safeguards so a man-made epidemic never happens again. Instead of an apology, you have for years avoided responsibility. Regarding the lockdowns, you argue that you did not personally issue every lockdown order, close every school, or impose every mandate. But officials across the country invoked your authority to justify these decisions. And you presented your recommendations not as judgments open to
How's the
debate,
sound, guys?
but
It
as
sound good?
dictates of science itself. Your own words demonstrate that you understood the influence you exercised. On March 14th, 2020, you wrote that the task force recommendations were driven by me, yourself, Deb, and CDC. The next day, you wrote that you had convinced Mayor Bill de Blasio to close the New York City schools, so you were involved. That same night, Governor Gavin Newsom's chief of staff told you that the governor had decided to close California schools, bars, and restaurants after watching you on television. Presidents, governors, mayors, school boards, corporations, and Congress all bear responsibility for the decisions they made.
Yeah.
The COVID lockdown, however, could never have been inflicted without you aiding and abetting the crime.
True.
Children lost years of education. Small businesses built over a lifetime disappeared. Patients delayed cancer screenings and other medical care. Families were separated from dying relatives. Workers were ordered to accept a medical procedure or lose their jobs. Worship assembly, employment, education, and travel were restricted in the name of science.
Yes, sir.
While you did not impose every restriction, you used your public authority to justify them. While you concluded publicly that COVID occurred naturally, your private record tells a different story.
You know that Rand Paul, listen, I'm not here to be morbid or gross, but you know that Rand Paul probably, no, I'm not going to say it, but Rand Paul was probably very excited for this. He was probably very excited because if you recall the last encounter between Fauci and Rand Paul when they were in the Senate, Fauci made some very disparaging comments to Rand Paul. Very disparaging comments. And I guess as it turns out, Rand Paul was correct. He was correct about everything that he said about Fauci. Isn't it crazy that not only did governors and presidents and senators based what they thought on Fauci, but YouTube. Do you remember YouTube? YouTube would give you strikes if you talked about COVID-19. They would censor you. Even if you were a doctor on YouTube, you were a certified doctor, they would ban you. They would censor you on the word of people like Fauci. There were actual certified doctors. I'm not talking about people like me. Although you shouldn't give censorship marks. You shouldn't give strikes to people like me just talking about the coof. The whole thing, you had to call it the coof because you couldn't call it COVID-19 because, otherwise their censors might come and get you. But the fact is that you should have been able to talk about it, but even doctors were being censored. And the mainstream media would use Fauci as though he were this unassailable source. And all the while, he was absolutely wrong. It's crazy. And YouTube, you probably should apologize. I don't know if YouTube has restored a lot of the accounts that they took down during COVID, but that was brutal. They put people through a lot of fear and anxiety who have built their businesses on YouTube, all because of a lie, all because of the COVID misinformation coming from the mainstream media and coming from people like Fauci.
Story. In early 2020, your hand-picked virologist warned that the virus appeared to have been manipulated in the lab. In a conference call concerning the origin of the virus, all but two of the participants believed deliberate insertion was possible. Your concern was not merely theoretical. That same week, you led an urgent effort to determine whether your own agency had funded the research related to these experiments that were now under suspicion. Hours later, your assistant reported that the Wuhan experiments had indeed been reviewed and approved by the NIH. Those were not the actions of officials who believed that a research-related origin was an absurd conspiracy theory. They were the actions of officials urgently trying to determine whether their agency funding was connected to the research under discussion, connected to the pandemic. You could not hide that your agency had funded the Wuhan research or your long history of defending gain-of-function research. The only alternative left was to argue that COVID-19 did not originate in the Wuhan lab. You were not a detached observer. You had an institutional interest in the public believing that federally funded research had nothing to do with the pandemic. It was a conflict of interest from the very beginning. The authors of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 privately had serious doubts about a natural origin. Within days, though, they flipped, and they all wrote in proximal origin that the virus was almost certainly not a laboratory construct. That paper was then used by the government and the media and you to discredit Americans who were asking the same questions that you and the authors were asking yourselves privately. You even cited proximal origin from the White House podium. You held it out as evidence that the virus could not have been engineered, but you didn't disclose your role in the discussions that preceded the writing of the paper. You did not disclose the author's original concerns. You did not reveal that you had been part of the paper, that you had read and offered editorial comments on the paper before it was published, before you began using it as evidence that it couldn't have originated in the lab. You did not disclose that you had immediately investigated yourself whether NIAID funding might be connected to the research. You did not tell the American people the full story. Duly released private messages indicate that the doubts with the authors and others didn't disappear after the publication. So while this was being waved at the White House to show that it couldn't come from the lab, the authors were still privately continuing to assign a meaningful probability to a laboratory origin, one thing in public and another in private. Some of the same scientists discussed avoiding email and carefully managing communications that might eventually be obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. The pattern is straightforward. Privately, there was alarm, then an immediate inquiry to see if NIAID's possible exposure to funding, then a rapid public declaration of certainty, continued private doubt, and then years of resistance to disclosure. The question is why? The only logical answer is that your primary concern was avoiding culpability. Your primary concern was hiding the fact that you had approved the funding for this dangerous research. Your support of gain-of-function research is extensive and long-standing. In 2011, your agency funded Ron Fauci's laboratory when it mutated the avian flu until it could spread through the air between mammals. This was the tipping point. This is when others became worried. You funded this. You advocated for this. The federal government's own biosecurity board, though, recommended withholding the details of these experiments because of the danger the research posed. People were concerned that publishing it was publishing a roadmap to creating bioweapons around the world. But you sided with the gain-of-function scientist Fauci and argued that the benefits of publishing the research far outweighed the risks. You defended this avian flu transmissibility experiments as critical research. You wrote that even if a scientist became infected and triggered a pandemic, the benefits of the gain-of-function experiments outweighed the risk. In 2014, your agency, NIAID, began funding the Wuhan bat coronavirus work. In 2015, Ralph Barrick and the Chinese scientist Shi Zhengli published NIAID-supported research combining a bat coronavirus spike protein with a SARS backbone. The resulting virus could infect human airway cells. It's a novel virus that now can infect human cells. It gained transmissibility. It gained function. In 2018, the same group of scientists, EcoHealth, Barrick, Shi, and their collaborators submitted the Diffuse proposal, which involved the insertion of a furin cleavage site into the coronavirus. DARPA rejected it as too dangerous. When COVID was sequenced, though, early on in January of 2020, within days, scientists discovered that, lo and behold, it had a novel furin cleavage site, just as had been proposed in the Diffuse project. This was either an extraordinary coincidence or a smoking gun, evidence that the Chinese had created COVID-19. It made the laboratory origin question more legitimate, and it made your categorical public denials indefensible. On May 11th, 2021, you told the Senate, the NIH has never, ever, and does not now fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. When I gave you the opportunity to correct the record, to reconsider the statement, you responded that you had never before lied to Congress. We were then told that only the government's narrowest regulation of definition counted here, that you could define gain of function in one way in which this wasn't gain of function, in which all of the common sense of the world would be thrown out, all of the idea that the mice were dying and the virus was more transmissible didn't matter because you had a technical definition that allowed you to fund it. But the real question is, was it dangerous? Was it a wise decision to fund this? And you haven't deviated from that. You've never admitted that it could have been a mistake funding this research in China. The American people weren't asking for a semantics debate over what is gain of function. They were asking, does common sense say this research was dangerous in Wuhan? They wanted to know whether their money-funded experiments in Wuhan that made bat coronaviruses better able to infect humans. The answer is yes. They wanted to know whether NIAID adequately supervised their work. The answer is no. When you defended this research, you described its benefits in the broadest terms. But when Congress demanded accountability, you hid behind the narrowest possible definition. You can't have it both ways. Your conduct concerning federal records raises further questions. It is a crime to destroy federal records. Yet our investigation reveals your assistant diligently reported that she deleted tons of emails. In 2024, you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth, you or your assistant? The committee has obtained repeated instructions from you telling federal officials to delete communications. On February 2nd, 2020, one day after Origin's call, you told Francis Collins, please delete this email after you read it. The committee asked for your voluntary cooperation to come today. Your appearance had to be compelled by subpoena. You're here today under duress. You are here today because of the court ordering it. President Biden issued you a sweeping pardon extending back to 2014, the same pardon he gave to his son Hunter. A pardon may protect a person from criminal prosecution. It doesn't rewrite history. It does not erase documents. It does not convert a misleading statement into a truthful one. And it does not prevent Congress from establishing what happened. There will be another pandemic. There will be another crisis. And there will again be officials who insist that uncertainty must be hidden for the public's own good. They will demand obedience. They will invoke science. I am the science, as though it were a commandment. They will argue that government officials cannot be questioned because questioning them would undermine public trust. They have it backwards. It is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance that destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys trust. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. That loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy. Trust can't be ordered. It has to be earned. No scientist is above scrutiny. No government official is beyond accountability. And no public servant has the right to treat the suffering of millions of Americans as a footnote to his preferred version of history.
He's right.
I now recognize Senator Peters for his opening remarks.
Great speech from Rand Paul. Yeah. And then we got Democrat. Nobody gives a shit. Scumbag.
Make Americans safer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, his speech was basically just blaming Trump.
The accusation that the committee has denied access to the minority to records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website, and we put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years.
I want you guys to pay attention to this. He's shaking. Like when he's reading this, look at his hands.
During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House.
We got oil lupus. When was this? This was today. This was this very day. Look at Anthony Fauci's hands. Well, I want you to take a look when he's holding the paper. He's shaking.
Usually under
look at the paper
and sat for several.
Take a look. Take a look at the paper.
Records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website.
I want you guys to
all
take
of the
a look.
information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Okay, so we'll start there. I think that's a good place let Anthony Fauci read his opening statement, and then we'll go into some of the clips on X. Brothers, today Anthony Fauci, he testified in front of a Senate hearing, and it was absolutely brutal. What I want to show you is not only Anthony Fauci's opening statement, which we're going to be taking a look at because it is so unbelievably hilarious. Anthony Fauci is literally shaking. He is so nervous. And then we're going to get into a couple of the clips on X that, show the de-evolution of this, because Anthony Fauci essentially, he pled the fifth on every question, even though legally he's not allowed to plead the fifth because they've already given him immunity. The only way that you can plead the fifth is if there is a way that you can incriminate yourself. He doesn't have a way to incriminate himself because they've already granted him immunity. Therefore, he doesn't have the ability to plead the fifth, and yet he's trying to do it anyway, which means that in a just and civil society, there are going to be repercussions and ramifications for him skirting and violating the law. Now, let's take a look at Anthony Fauci give his speech on, the opening of this encounter.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Member Peters, members of the committee.
Now, I want you to take a look, when you're listening to this, I want you to take a look at his hands. I want you to take a look at the paper because it's shaking. Look at this.
I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me.
So here's the problem with this. Number one, he's going to be like, as a result of that, I'm going to be invoking my Fifth Amendment right, which he can't invoke. He cannot invoke his Fifth Amendment right because they've already waived prosecution. He has immunity. So he can't do this. But guys, he said mean things to me, so I'm not going to even engage. I'm not going to answer any questions. This rat, this absolute rodent, is trying to worm his way out of this. If it's true that Rand Paul slandered you, then it should be very easy to refute what he said and prove yourself right. Correct? If it is true that you're being slandered, then you should say, no, here's the evidence, here, and here. I have all the documentation. This is wrong. And he doesn't even deny that it was his diary. That diary that was a stunning indictment of him as a man and as a scientist. And now he's going to try to play the victim. It's insane. This guy has no principles. He has no morals.
Did they give him immunity because they want the truth more than getting him in trouble?
I don't know why they gave him immunity. I don't. Maybe they wanted him to testify and just get it on the record, and they knew that he wouldn't do that unless he had immunity. But even with immunity, he's still not doing it. So take immunity away, arrest this guy, put him in jail for the rest of his life. I mean, really, you should not be giving somebody like this immunity anyway. But even with that gift, he's still playing these games. So obviously, this guy has no regard for the truth. By the way, thank you, Baked Buddhist, for the donation. I appreciate it.
The only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars.
Huh. Wait a minute. So he brought me here in the hopes to get me to say something that I might incriminate myself? What would you have to incriminate yourself? What would you have to
He's
say that would
untouchable,
incriminate yourself?
Full immunity for the pardon. However, that does mean he can be forced to testify. If the GOP does not force this, we are doomed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're going to get to there. We're going to get to that point where Rand Paul says that there will be consequences for this. Now, I don't know if there actually will be, but Rand Paul has made it clear that you are in violation of the law by doing this. So we will see if Republicans get a spine. By the way, thank you, Heinrich, for the donation. I appreciate it, brother, more than you could possibly know. I appreciate every donation, every bit of support. Every penny is appreciated, and I'm grateful to have you here and your contribution. So thank you.
Unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for
Look at his hands shaking.
the legislative branch
Look at his hands shaking. Look at the paper. He's terrified.
of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
We will now begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress, with the penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan.
True.
There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know, what was the rationale? What was the discussion? How, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan? How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you?
Yeah, that's a valid question. That is a valid question. What was your reasoning for supporting gain of function? We've seen all this evidence. Like, if Anthony Fauci is being quote-unquote slandered here, he would be able to pull out all the receipts, all the documents, and say, no, I had nothing to do with gain of function. Here's this evidence. I have this testimony, this eyewitness. No. Like, he absolutely has nothing in his defense. So he's going to plead the fifth even though he can't, because he has no answer. And he's hoping that he can get away with this. That's what he's hoping.
Like given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know it, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer, based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer, based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true that you're appearing under direction of our subpoena to provide testimony on matters under consideration by the committee, including the origins of COVID-19, risky life sciences research, and your tenure as a federal government employee.
So he's not even going to be answering if there's a folder in front of him. He thinks, oh, well, Dr. Rand Paul, he's going to try to get me. If I say that there's a folder, he's going to say, oh, well, that folder is filled with COVID-19 details. You're going to jail. Like, what are we even doing? Why is Fauci not in jail? Why is he not rotting in a gulag? This guy is obviously guilty as hell. This is insane. You asked him if there was a red folder, and he couldn't even answer that.
Additionally, you've been provided a full and unconditional pardon.
Thank you, Baked Buddhist. He says, with $2, says, insert right to jail mean. Yeah, right to jail, right to jail. You have a virologist flying to make money. People dead, right to jail. Or directly to jail. Right away to jail.
Dated January 19th, 2025, for any offenses against the United States which may have been committed or taken part from January 1st, 2014 through the date of the pardon for a 10-year period, arising from or in any manner related to your service as Director of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force or the White House COVID-19 Response Team, or as Chief Medical Advisor to the President. Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and
Heinrich says, if you take the fifth, you can't answer anything. That may be true, but when somebody's asking you if you have a folder right in front of you, like, do you have the folder that we're talking about? I don't think that qualifies. I think if somebody asks you, do you have this folder that I'm talking about? I think you can answer that question.
unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They've requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let's do Dr. Fauci, were you ever made aware of gain-of-function research on monkeypox being conducted at the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center and back at Fort Detrick?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the CIA ever transfer funds to NIH under an interagency agreement?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the NIH ever conduct research for or in coordination with any element of the intelligence community, CIA, ODNI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The reason why these questions...
So, yeah, you can see how this is going to go. And a lot of people chose not to cover this live for that reason, because it was basically Anthony Fauci just pleading the fifth for the entire thing. And it was your typical, Rand Paul is trying to get to the truth. He wants to know information about this. And then Democrats use it to grandstand against Trump. That's all that this is. But I do think this is important to cover and to talk about because of several different things that happened here. And that's why we're going to be, in a minute, we're going to be jumping over, when Rand Paul is done, we're going to be jumping over to X, and we're going to be taking a look at a couple of the clips that resulted from this, where Anthony Fauci's lawyer was kicked out, removed by force. Yeah, it's crazy. So this does get contentious. It is very, very interesting that he wouldn't just go there and answer the questions.
questions are important is, President Trump has done a ban, and we're glad that he did a ban on gain-of-function research. So we're better off than we were when we had an advocate serving as head of NIAID, an advocate for gain-of-function research. There is still, though, a question, though, whether or not the intelligence community is adhering to that order. There's a question of whether or not gain-of-function research is still ongoing. And these are important questions the American people deserve to know. Dr. Fauci, have you been read into any classified Department of Homeland Security program, any prospective special access program concerning gain-of-function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
When we look at the research in China, the gain-of-function research that you've denied was gain-of-function, one of the things that startled the scientists when they saw COVID in the first couple of weeks was when they looked at the sequence of it, they said, oh my God, there's a furin cleavage site in it. And in this particular family of coronaviruses, the sarbecoviruses, they'd never seen this before. They were also startled to look at it and see how it was coded for, what the codons were, and to discover that the codons used out of 36 different possibilities turned out to be the one that was commonly used in gene manipulation by scientists. Dr. Fauci, were the scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology capable of inserting a furin cleavage site into a coronavirus?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So one of the experiments that was pretty common was they would take the backbone of a SARS virus, and this would be a SARS virus that the backbone itself wasn't that dangerous, but then they would dig through guano, 300 feet underground, bat guano. They'd find other viruses, unknown viruses. They'd take the S protein off of an unknown virus and stick it on a backbone. And then they would infect mice that have humanized cells. And they were trying to discover if they could create a virus that infects humans. Now, many people would say, well, gosh, that doesn't sound like a really good idea to create viruses that don't exist in nature to see if they'll infect human cells. What if one escaped? What if you keep infecting this and do serial passage, you actually adapt the virus to be infectious to humans? So the question is whether or not, Dr. Fauci, the Wuhan Institute of Virology was combining an S protein with one virus with the backbone of others, and could this lead to a virus, maybe it wasn't even predicted, but could it lead to viruses that gained in function and then could lead to a pandemic?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
One of the arguments that you and others have made against this virus coming from the lab is it couldn't have come from the viruses that have been published. And nobody's really arguing that. I think from the very beginning, people acknowledged that the viruses that have been published are too far evolutionarily distant from a virus that could have become COVID-19. But what has never been acknowledged by the side who tries to call the other side of conspiracy theory, which is really something you don't usually see in a scientific debate. This is the first time I've ever seen an article printed in Lancet by your friends who called this a conspiracy theory. These are the kind of things you see as a screed on a political, website. You don't really see this in science. But when they release this as being a conspiracy theory, we're wondering that when you do this, when you combine these viruses and are able to grow them in humanized cells, whether or not this kind of risky research, whether you call it gain of function or not, whether you use the definition of gain of function, whether this kind of research should have had more scrutiny. I think in your House testimony, you testified that you never traveled to China and that you were unaware that anybody at NIH ever examined the labs, that you trusted the Chinese scientists. I think you said that even recently, that with your discretion, you trusted the Chinese scientists. The problem is that even in our country, we trust our scientists. They're good American scientists, probably doing the right thing.
Okay, let's look over there. 1 second. Renal MD with the $5 donation. So it's bittersweet. Fauci's diary proves me right amongst the COVID nerds of the Reddit/official COVID-19 Discord, of which I was a physical advisor. Yeah, I imagine it must be bittersweet because, this guy is an absolute roach. This guy is such a piece of garbage. That diary was brutal. But yeah, I imagine that was probably like yeah, I'm right, but this guy makes all doctors look bad. We got Heinrich with the $2 donation. Bonkers. Deus Ex Game. X-Files TV level conspiracy. Yeah, you're not wrong. This is something that they should have been investigating for the past year. We should have had these inquiries about a year plus ago. Fauci should have been in jail at this point. Really, there have been a lot of people that have dropped the ball, but at least maybe now we're finally getting something. And I'm glad that they did this. Even though Anthony Fauci is an absolute roach, I'm glad that they're doing something. I'm glad that they're taking this opportunity to basically put on the record that this guy is just basically such a worm. This guy is such a rat. He is not willing to answer the most basic questions. You know? He's not willing to answer the most basic questions. Oh, Rand Paul, he's lying about me. He's lying. He's fake news. It's like, well, if that's true, then this would be easy to refute. This would be easy to prove him wrong and say, look, here are the facts. Here's where Rand Paul, Dr. Rand Paul, got things wrong. And say, I know that the American people have a lot of questions, and here they are. But that's not what we got. That's not what we got at all.
Thing for America, but at the same time, we oversight to make sure it's not dangerous research, but we also investigate the lab. I believe Fort Detrick was one of our main labs was closed down in the last year or two because of research institute, a research incident that was dangerous with dangerous pathogens. And so the American people would want to know, how could you approve this dangerous research in China, say that you trusted the Chinese scientists, and then in the end, you had to admit that you'd never been there. None of your inspectors had ever been there. Dr. Fauci, had any of the labs where this dangerous research was occurring, were any American lab oversight or lab investigators, did they ever appear in these labs to make sure that they were safe labs?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So one of the main theories for those who have looked at this being created in the lab was the idea that could have come from a virus not previously published. Dr. Fauci, are you aware that Dr. Shi, who worked for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was said to, and I think in her own words, to have over 100 viruses that had not been previously published that could have been a close enough relative to create COVID-19? Are you aware of that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony
Man,
previously, when you
it's
denied
so-
ever having funded gain of function,
It's so frustrating. Like, I can't say that, okay? I can't say what I wanted to say, but I mean, just ridiculous.
China, it was so adamant as to be striking, to leave no room for any interpretation of what is or isn't gain of function research. But there's another important question. Did you fund gain of function research in other biolabs around the world?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The one research project that we do know you did fund is the one that Ron Fauci did. It's important to talk about because this sort of was the beginning of the debate over gain of function. This wasn't just me. I wasn't even aware of the debate 10 years ago. This was other scientists. Over 200 scientists at the Cambridge Working Group signed a protest because they didn't think you should fund the research, and they didn't think it should even be published because it was sort of a roadmap as to how to make a bioweapon. So what they did was the avian flu, and this is important. It may be the most important question we get to here today. The avian flu has about 50% mortality for humans. The good news, though, about animal viruses is they don't infect humans very well. It will infect humans, but doesn't go human to human very well. Ron Fauci, with the money that you provided to him, did an experiment where he caused purposeful mutations to create a new virus, an avian flu that didn't just infect birds well, but actually infected mammals well, went ferret to ferret in an aerosolized manner.
That sounds pretty retarded.
People saw this and were aghast, at the decision-making process that you decided to fund this. But this is when, the debate came about, and you wrote in support of this in the Washington Post, and you said, even if a scientist is bitten, even if a pandemic should occur, the knowledge is worth the risks. Do you still stand by that? Would you like to qualify at all whether or not the knowledge of gain of function is worth the risks, particularly in this case, since we now know 15 million people died worldwide? Many people believe this came from the lab. Do you think that the risks really are worth the benefits for gain of function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Damn.
All right. We're going to finish with this question, and it's based really on that statement, that general statement in your support for gain of function, the idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagree, and they aren't politicians or not. I don't know what party they're in. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed, and he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more, and he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks of this research do not outweigh the benefits. He said the risk, we shouldn't do it. Richard Ebright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. Says we really shouldn't be doing this at all. There's a quote also by, the Kevin Esfelt quote, is that at the very end? Kevin Esfelt, who's a CRISPR scientist at MIT, also wrote about this gain of function. I implore every scientist, funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints for plagues. Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks?
Counsel.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Exactly.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters.
There will be repercussions. Sir, you have reaped the whirlwind. Yes, sir. Now you've got a Democrat. We're gonna jump ahead. Who cares? These Democrats are just they're absolutely disgusting. Let's see. Does he
Rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you ever receive a text about your work at NIAID to your personal cell phone?
Okay, so he's continuing to. Oh, here we go. We're gonna watch some Josh Hawley. By the way, consider yourself lucky. I had to endure listening to the Democrats in this, and if you want to know why you come to me instead of just watching it yourself, it's because I can protect you. Now, sure, you can go watch this yourself. But I just protected you from about 30 minutes of Democrats. And it's some of the most soul-sucking, brain-rotten, anti-Trump, delusional, gobbledygook garbage you've ever seen. Now we're going to jump ahead to Josh Hawley. He's going to give his piece on it. And then we're going to get to the clips, which have to do with Rand Paul removing one of Fauci's attorneys because the attorney wanted to speak for Fauci, which is insane.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
Who at the best knows in the end the triumphs of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Thank you for your service, Dr. Fauci. I yield back.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color's the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because You did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Folkers says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award. $900,000.
Now, I do want to point something out here. And this is something that a lot of other content creators are not really going to bring up. But this guy, Anthony Fauci, is a severe narcissist. This, for Anthony Fauci, I need you to know, is absolutely torturous. Absolutely torturous. Because Anthony Fauci, he loved going to the baseball games and being invited on the mainstream news. He loved it. Oh my gosh. He loved being that guy and getting
Fauci
paid.
had his Fed employees vote for him for a $1 million science prize and he won. It's disgusting. He should rot in hell.
Absolutely. Renal MD, thank you. Our resident doctor of the chat. That's, by the way, that's not me being sarcastic. Actually, Renal MD is a legitimate doctor. We have all types in my chat. So, yeah, Fauci loved the praise. He loved the adulation. He loved that people would look to him. He loved getting all the money and being the top dog. And now he's sitting here having to repeat this while people are just berating him. And this is going public. And he's not able to refute it until he gets out of there. And then he's going to go on the mainstream news circuit. And he's going to go on the mainstream news and he's going to say, oh, this is so fake. But he's not going to do it here. He's not going to do it here. This guy is having to sit and be berated for all of his mistakes. And he hates this. Like any true narcissist, he absolutely hates this. Because the truth is being revealed. And this guy has spent a lifetime thinking that he's above the truth.
$1,000 cash award. And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service, you've got the Adelson Prize, you've got the Smithsonian Award, you've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award, you've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turned your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this. And It wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you used 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards. Isn't that true?
Wow.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Here they are right over my shoulder. Here's all of them. The people that you use, federal employees, so that you could go and get cash money.
Man.
And the most hilarious part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash awards. You then had them go out to the ethics agencies and ethics watchdogs and demand that you be able to get the money.
Devastating.
That's right. We've got it in your emails. Your staff and employees on federal time, using federal resources, being paid with federal dollars, are soliciting cash for you. And then they're turning around and saying to the agency, we don't want just an answer. We want to get to yes, because Fauci wants the money. He wants it.
Damn.
We want to get to yes, and yes takes time. This is your chief of staff again, using federal email to pressure the agency's own ethics people so that you could get money, so that you could get rich.
Oh.
And it violated the law, didn't it, Dr. Fauci? Didn't it?
On the advisory council.
It violated the law, didn't it? It is a question. You can answer. Go ahead.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Federal law, as you very well know, prohibits the solicitation of cash awards or other personal benefits for federal employees. And it certainly prohibits using your own employees to do this. 5 CFR section 2635 205B. It says it right there in black and white. You cannot use federal resources, federal dollars, federal employees, federal offices, federal email, federal time to solicit cash awards. And you did all of it. And the worst part is thousands of people were dying while you were doing it. You were supposed to be the nation's doctor, and you're playing one on TV. But this is what you were doing with your time. Isn't that true?
Damn.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, I can see why. I can certainly see why. You know what I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of $12 million. You got over $1 million in cash awards during COVID, during a 12-month, 24-month span during COVID. $1 million you knocked down in cash money using federal resources. Now you're worth more than $12 million. You've got a pension that in its first year paid out north of $400,000 a year. 1 million people dead, you're getting rich. 1 million people dead, you're using federal employees to get cash awards for you. 1 million people dead, and you're here taking the fifth because you don't want to admit that what really happened in all that time was a multi-month, multi-year course of self-dealing. Isn't that true, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, well, silence is admission. And here's the real thing.
Silence
At the end of the
is
day, it
admission.
wasn't just about the money, really, was it? It was really about a power trip. I mean, through all of this, you want to be the most famous scientist in the world. You were so focused on getting every award and every drop of cash that you could, all because you wanted to be on TV. You wanted to be the sun god of science. You wanted to be the guy who was in charge of it all. You wanted to lambast Trump. You wanted to make sure that nobody else stole your spotlight. You wanted to be the guy. You had time to sit for InStyle magazine. Here's what you were doing with your time. You could sit for InStyle magazine.
No!
But you can't answer questions to the American people. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you're here taking...
Oh, no! Oh, devastating! Oh, my gosh! Oh, no, no, no! Oh, man, oh, that's so brutal! Oh, my gosh, look at that! Oh, no! No, no, no! Oh! Oh, gosh. Oh, man. No. No, you did not sit for InStyle magazine. No, come on, that has to be AI. Anthony Fauci, no! Fauci, no! Say it ain't so, Fauci. Oh, gosh. I told you, though. I told you this guy is such a narcissist. He's such a narcissist. Oh, man.
In the fifth. You could sit for InStyle magazine and get $1 million in cash awards. But now the cat's got your tongue. I bet he does. I tell you what, here's my conclusion from all of this. This was really all about you.
Did you just assume that the cat was a male? That's very sexist.
The whole time. Somewhere along the way, you lost your way. You may have been a good public servant at one time. I don't know. But I can tell you from reading your emails now, from looking at what you did, how you used your employees, somewhere along the line, it became all about you. You became a narcissist and a megalomaniac and a liar. And you've lied to the American people, and you've lied to this body. And you've disgraced your profession by doing it. You called yourself the most famous scientist in the world. You've done more to harm science than anybody in my lifetime. And I hope you'll go home and write that in your diary.
Woo! Oh! Yes! I chihuahua! I hope you go home and write that in your diary. Oh! Dear diary, Josh Hawley was very mean to me. He was so brutal. I wanted to cry. Oh no, he pulled out the InStyle magazine. Oh gosh. Oh man. That is devastating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fetterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I'm not here to perhaps attack you or defend or anything. It's really just more, honestly, I just want to acknowledge I have had members of my family die from COVID, and now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost their business through the pandemic, and they'll never been the same. Now, all right, so during the pandemic,
this one isn't as bad, but we're gonna jump ahead. We're gonna jump ahead because we got another encounter with Rand Paul for a brief moment.
So ordered. We had hoped to hear testimony from Anthony Fauci today. We haven't, but I think it's important that we do hear from him. So we will have a video we'll play in a moment. For years, Anthony Fauci has been the public face of saying this in all likelihood came from nature. He kept saying, it's the marketplace, it's the marketplace, it's the marketplace. He's been saying that on television up until recently. But what we find is that what he was saying in public is different than what he was saying in private. In January, in private, he wrote that looks like the wet market was a super spreader event. It didn't originate there. We know that some of the earliest deaths and sickness came from somewhere else. But then for years and years, we got dishonesty. So let's play the video so we can see a little juxtaposition of the problem we're dealing with.
Okay.
Fauci's journal entries contradict what he said publicly about the origins of COVID-19. Fauci admitted in January 2020 that the initial outbreak of COVID did not occur at a wet market.
Take a really good look at the animal-human interface and the fact that animals from the wild are being brought into wet markets. You have animals that come out of the wild that are sold at these open, what they call them, wet markets. Wet markets, where you bring animals in from the wild.
Wet markets.
Who have these viruses. The wet markets in Asia, where people bring animals from the forest into market. There are wet markets in Wuhan that are ample opportunity for a virus to jump from an animal. The origin was from a bat to an intermediate host to a human, very likely in a wet market. And those animals should not have been in the Wuhan market. They knew that those animals should not have been in the market, and they immediately cleaned out the market, put restrictions on the kinds of animals that come into these wet markets. I think they should shut down those things right away. I mean, it boggles my mind.
So repeatedly saying in public something different than what he believed in private. And this is interesting because, the first SARS outbreak in 2003 was traced to a wet market, to animals there. But interestingly, they had evidence. They had evidence that the animals had the disease. They also had evidence that the handlers had a disproportionately high number of antibodies to the disease. So there was evidence, and the evidence was presented. So when this came out, the same thing happened again. They did look at the wet market. They looked at the wet market and tested, I think, 80,000 animals and didn't find any animals that had COVID-19. When they did find COVID-19 and trace samples there, they found that the DNA or the RNA was consistent with human spread. This was known not later on, didn't take years to develop, was known in January of 2020. And so Dr. Fauci says privately he knows it didn't come from the wet market, but as you saw, those were over a multi-year period. One of the other discussions I've had with Dr. Fauci over the years about natural immunity. So most infections, you get a degree of immunity, not perfect, some fairly perfect. Smallpox, you just don't get again. George Washington knew this. He had his wife get vaccinated, but he didn't because he'd already had smallpox. But there's one particular story that a man came up to me who'd lost his wife to COVID. He said, we all got it. We all got sick, and my wife ended up getting sick enough to go to the hospital. But we'd recovered 2 weeks. She was still alive. 2 to 3 weeks later, we'd all recovered, and they wouldn't let us be with her. And to this day, it's one of the saddest things. And it just, I think all of us should think about this. They were not allowed to visit their mom. He wasn't allowed to visit his wife in the hospital. But based on this misunderstanding of natural immunity, that for some reason, 2 weeks later, they were a problem. But this was all promulgated by you. We had the workers in the, the meat factories. They were essential. They had to keep working. Most of them got COVID. They got it in the first couple of weeks. Most of them were younger. The reassurance should have come from public health. The reassurance should have said, congratulations, you've recovered. it also should be acknowledged. What's the number one thing we can do if we get another pandemic? Before we have a vaccine, before we have monoclonal antibodies, it would be to utilize natural immunity. So instead of the advice you were giving to Cuomo and others in New York that led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people, you could have been saying, well, maybe the nurses taking care of the elderly should be people who are 2 weeks out from COVID infection. We could have used natural immunity as somewhat of a block of protection. Imperfect, but the only protection we had and the only thing we could have done. Instead, the nursing homes were seated with people who had COVID. So I think the discussion of natural immunity is one where there wasn't sufficient honesty, humility, there wasn't enough presentation to encourage people. That was the only encouraging thing we had for a while is you've got it, you're very, very, if not impossible, close to impossible chance that you'll die if you get it again. Everybody could have been reassured. Nobody was reassured. It's like, well, we don't know. We just don't quite understand natural immunity. My favorite quote from that is from Martin Kulldorff from Harvard. You called him one of the people that you had to take down, the fringe epidemiologist, which I've never ever heard a scientist call another scientist that. But he jokingly said on Twitter, he said, yeah, we knew about natural immunity from 486 BC, from the time of the Athenian plague. We lost all knowledge of it in 2020. The good news is it's slowly coming back. 24 to 2025, we're beginning to understand what natural immunity is again. Not something perfect, but a useful tool that could have been used, but also something that could have helped people by telling the public, my goodness, you're not going to die now. You have a chance. If you've already had it and you're 85 years old and you're at risk for it, and you're wanting to feed.
I have PTSD for telling families they couldn't be with their loved ones. It aches at my soul I had to participate in that.
Oh, I imagine. But it's not, you didn't do that. But I imagine it was devastating. Like, I imagine it was absolutely devastating that you as a doctor had to tell people they couldn't, reach their loved ones because of people like him. It's because of people like him. That's why people want not him as in Rand Paul, him as in Dr. Fauci. I'm like pointing at my screen going, it's him. It's like, no. It's not Rand Paul, okay? It's Fauci. But people like him that now we're learning were like amongst the most corrupt and dishonest players of the game. It was because of people like him. And I think people have had enough. Genuinely, I think they've had enough.
Your wife, and they're telling you to wear 4 masks and not be around your wife when you've already had it. It made no sense. I visited with a man whose mom was 83 and she was dying from COVID. They go to the hospital in Orange County. They won't admit her to the hospital till she's vaccinated because we have a policy that everybody in the hospital must be vaccinated. She's got COVID and they wanted to vaccinate her again. At one point in time, the CDC understood this. They told people, don't get vaccinated if you've had COVID within 3 months. Why? Because it may give you a heightened immune response when you've already got a heightened immune response. But giving a person very sick, and many of the people who died from COVID died from sort of this storm of response, this immune storm. The answer wouldn't be try to stir up their immune response more by giving them a vaccine. The answer was actually steroids. And good old-fashioned steroids, 37% reduction in death. It turned out to be way more valuable than remdesivir, way more valuable than any of the other treatments. But I don't remember ever hearing a complimentary word on natural immunity or steroids or anything else. And, I wish we could have done more today. I would have been willing to accept an apology today. I'm sorry I made mistakes. We all made mistakes. And, at the time, I thought the gain of function research was, the risks of it were worth the benefits. But I've reassessed since 15 million people died. People say, well, gosh, these things never happened. We know it happened in 1977. We know with 100% certainty a virus escaped. In 1977, there's something called the Russian flu. Nobody's exactly positive how it got out. But when they sequenced it, they found out that a flu in 1977 had exactly the same RNA as the 1954 one that they had in the lab and they had created a vaccine for. In fact, turns out anybody born before 1950.
We didn't get Dr. Joseph Mengele, but we can get this bastard.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Thank you for the donation, Sig. Appreciate the support, brother. Yeah. And I think there's a lot of passion and there's a lot of anger behind this because of so many people that were affected by COVID-19. So many people that were affected that couldn't see their loved ones. And now this guy is coming before the Senate, this hearing. And the way that he's treating it, Fauci is, the way he's treating it is like it's a joke.
1954 was immune, and the only people who got it were people who were born between 1954 and 1977. But it was identical. The genetic sequence was identical to this vaccine or the virus from 1954, and that doesn't happen because these respiratory viruses are always mutating. To be identical means it had to have leaked from the lab, proof positive that it had. So we know this happens. An author by the name of Young wrote a book and said there was 1,200 cases of significant accidents that have occurred. We knew all of this, and yet it was completely discounted because I think you were worried that if it was seen that you funded dangerous research that started the pandemic, you'd get blamed. And it was a concerted effort. It wasn't just you. Anybody associated with the funding decided we needed to protect ourselves. Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that we lost knowledge of natural immunity. I didn't. Dr. Fauci did. I suppose I had an asymptomatic case of COVID because of the very faulty PCR test. I never got vaccinated or injected. There's no way I would have done that because I
Requested a security clearance for Bill Gates.
On the to 2021, without objection, that will be entered into the record. I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the contents of the folder of authorities provided to Dr. Fauci, including the pardon.
Okay, so that is really the highlights of the hearing. So I want to jump over to X real quick, and I want to show you some other highlights that I think are pertinent and worth your time and attention. So, let's see, So I believe this is the clip of Anthony Fauci's lawyer being removed.
And on whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed the committee will have to construct and there will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters. You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not recognized, and you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security. We'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table. And we told you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises.
Damn it.
So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word.
Yeah.
I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise. His lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right? Yeah. But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules.
Yeah, well, that is how he's going to be remembered.
That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Yeah! Like, how is it difficult to just follow the rules? You're not allowed to sit at the table. You're not asked to testify. Why are you there? Why are you popping off? Why are you running your mouth? Go home.
I just want to hear.
Drag him out. He's taking his time. Get him out. Get him out of there.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today. So,
son of a bitch. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. Anthony Fauci thinks the rules don't apply to him. Oh, my lawyer can do whatever he wants. We don't have to follow the rules. The rules are for suckers, and we're not a sucker. Remove Dr. Fauci. Senator Rand Paul removed. Fauci's. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so the lawyer's removed. Okay, so I got a lot of these different clips.
Mr. Fauci, do you know who David Shurtler is?
Shurtler?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. What does the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution say?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
No, I'm just asking you what it says.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm going to give the Constitution to my aide. He'll bring it over to you so you can have it for future reference. I think it's something that every American should know what the Constitution says. Do you know who wrote the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So you're invoking a right that you don't know who wrote it or what it says. Is that correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, indeed.
About 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
Yeah!
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did. You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace. So let me ask you an opportunity to answer one question. Will you apologize, just apologize, to the people who you harmed through your actions? Will you say, do you have the dignity to just say you're sorry?
Nope.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, that's a big negatory. He does not. He does not have that ability to just apologize and admit that he was wrong and admit that people died because of him and that he's a selfish son of a bitch. Anyway, guys, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you next time. Now, if you guys want, we can go back and we can watch the Democrat parts. Because now the video is over. If you want, we can go back and we can watch the Democrat parts. We can watch it. You know what? In fact, I think that'd probably be a good thing. Anthony Fauci. Okay. I actually think it might be important to go back. I just didn't want it for the video. But I think that you guys should see some of this. So we're going to go right here. Here we go. Here we go. Dr. Fauci finally facing accountability? No.
To investigate complicated issues, to follow the facts wherever they may lead, and produce recommendations that actually strengthen our nation's security and improve government functions. That bipartisan tradition has produced meaningful work following Hurricane Katrina, the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, failures at the Secret Service, and countless other matters. Unfortunately, today's hearing is the latest step in the chairman's sharp departure from that long tradition. This hearing appears to be a culmination of months of biased and selected efforts by the majority under the guise of a committee investigation to basically legitimize a predetermined conclusion that was reached years ago. In 2021, the chairman has called for today's witness to be fired, to be arrested, accused him of leading cover-ups and conspiracies. He has even featured the witness prominently in fundraising emails and on the cover of his book. He has also called for the cancellation of the witness's security detail, despite the fact the witness and his family have received numerous credible death threats. When I served as chairman, Senator Paul and I launched a bipartisan biosecurity investigation that included oversight of risky research and the origins of COVID-19, because we agreed that the committee's work would be stronger if we did it in a bipartisan manner and just followed the facts. That was and continues to be an area of legitimate and certainly needed oversight. As chairman, Senator Paul has taken the opposite approach. He has abandoned longstanding practice by blocking minority participation in committee oversight actions and has chosen to selectively release committee records that the minority has never had any access to in order to support his pre-drawn conclusions. The chairman has repeatedly excluded committee's minority and withheld documents and evidence from members that are entitled to receive them, disregarding longstanding Senate rules and committee precedent that have preserved the credibility of our oversight in this committee for decades. I have raised these concerns directly with the chairman because it's not just what we investigate that matters, but how we conduct that investigation. That also matters. One-sided investigations designed to validate predetermined conclusions do not serve the American people who sent us to actually uncover the truth and to solve problems. I wrote to the chairman requesting that he adhere to committee rules. But instead of addressing concerns that I raised,
accountability crisis. Politicians will never apologize or acknowledge their failed policies because they don't care about us.
You're right. You're right. People like Fauci, they don't give a shit. They don't care. Oh, you died or your family member died. Oh, that's so tragic. Oh, that's so sad. Anyway, I got to shoot for InStyle magazine shortly. Oh, man, I'm going to look so good on the cover. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Oh, let me... Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
he removed part of the committee's website from the public view. This move not only prevented the public from being able to view those lists of concerns, it adds serious questions about the desire for transparency and legitimate oversight of this matter. But what makes today's hearing particularly disappointing is not simply the chairman's actions, but what we could be using this committee's true and time oversight responsibilities to accomplish. This committee has not held its annual threats hearing at all in this Congress. We have not held a budget hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. There are important hearings that we would have the opportunity to discuss as to how to strengthen our Homeland Security across the board. No hearings on those topics.
I mean, basically, guys, why are we even talking about this? That so far is the Democrat playbook. Trump is bad. We could be talking about other things. Why are we doing this? Well, guess what? The American people want answers on COVID-19. Senator Peters. Yeah, people want answers. So it is retarded for you to take up the position that this doesn't even matter. Doesn't even warrant a conversation. Really? How quickly do the Democrats want you to forget COVID?
Instead of focusing on the national security challenges that we are facing in our country right now, today's hearing looks backwards, revisiting questions
backwards, like a couple years ago.
This committee has already examined.
No, not to satisfaction, and you Democrats are corrupt.
Fauci is a reptile wearing human skin.
Quaz is correct. Fauci is a reptile wearing human skin. Yeah, he is a deeply narcissistic person. It's pretty crazy.
Including through bipartisan work that Senator Paul and I conducted together when I served as chairman of this committee. But rather than building on that work to strengthen our preparedness against future disasters, we are instead relitigating the past. COVID-19 exposed serious deficiencies in our nation's public health infrastructure. We know that. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives, and this committee should absolutely continue to examine how we can better prepare our nation against future biological threats.
But not in this way, on this day, in this time, the way that we don't like. Right. Right. Don't look at who's responsible. Just do other nebulous things. Look busy. Don't actually be busy. Don't actually do anything. Just pretend. That is the Democrat way.
Those are the kinds of forward-looking, life-saving questions that will help our nation be better prepared to protect the health and the safety of Americans when the next emergency occurs. Unfortunately, at this precise moment, we should be strengthening our capabilities. The Trump administration seems to be doing everything in their power to actually weaken our capabilities. The administration has hollowed out the public health workforce. They have fired, pushed out, and cut funding for public health personnel, shrinking the CDC workforce by a quarter.
Good.
Thousands of experienced scientists have left government service.
Good.
And with them has gone critical institutional knowledge that cannot be easily replaced, certainly not quickly replaced. The administration, thanks to political operatives like Russell Vogt, has slashed or illegally withheld funding for life-saving medicines and cutting-edge technologies that let us rapidly develop them during an emergency. Mr. Vogt is now further politicizing the federal grant-making process, proposing to subject all federal grants, including those for disaster relief, housing development, and cancer research, to the whims of political appointees, not nonpartisan experts.
Based.
All of this has left the American people more vulnerable to infectious disease threats, and we are already tragically seeing the consequences. Staffing and funding cuts have slowed the federal, state, and local response to ongoing outbreak of a foodborne parasite, which has sickened thousands in my home state of Michigan, as well as across the country. At the same time, the administration cuts to global health.
What the fuck is going on with Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan? What is going on up there? Like, those three states seem to be producing a lot of problems.
Programs and international partnerships have greatly reduced our ability to contain dangerous diseases like Ebola before they spread to our shores.
Ebola,
we should be examining whether our federal health agencies have the personnel and the resources they need to effectively prevent, detect, and respond to these threats. We should be asking how to strengthen our biodefense efforts to deter our adversaries and prevent biological attacks against our country, and how our government can better coordinate and communicate during public health emergencies. These are the kinds of forward-looking matters that are worthy of this committee's time.
Why would anyone listen to you?
We are here continuing the chairman's year-long focus on one individual. History tells us, unfortunately, another pandemic is all but inevitable. The question is whether Congress and this committee will work to better prepare our country for it, or
I don't think that anyone is going to listen to you ever again. I could be wrong, but I don't think if there's another pandemic, I don't think anyone is going to take you seriously.
You're looking backward, why our public health infrastructure crumbles around us. That is the hearing that we should be having today. Unfortunately, I fear the intent of this hearing is only meant to further a purely partisan agenda and it will not make Americans safer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it will.
The accusation
It will
that
make
the committee has denied access to the minority to records is categorically false. This is the most
get him. Get him, Rand.
transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website, and we put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand.
I swear.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Okay.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're recognized against you for the failure.
Manufacturing capabilities for critical medical supplies, build the infrastructure needed to surge testing capacity for infectious diseases, and robustly fund public health emergency preparedness and responses across all levels of government. Unfortunately, multiple administrations, including the current Trump administration, have failed to fund or to reform our health preparedness. This is something that I would hope the committee in the future would investigate. It needs to be taken a look at. It also feels about bird flu that is also spreading and could one day cause a pandemic. This is also something this committee should be investigating.
So basically, this guy just gave a speech about what we should be doing instead, and then here's another thing about what we should be doing instead. Great.
Investigating and holding hearings on. Since January 2025, the Trump administration has taken a number of actions to drastically weaken our ability to fight infectious diseases and biological threats that endanger.
Yeah, we're gonna let the left dictate that. The left, which is a scourge on the human race. Yeah, we're gonna let them determine that. Yeah, fuck off.
Americans. These actions are both incomprehensible and are also inexcusable. They include slashing funding for public health and infectious disease research, canceling contracts for cutting-edge vaccine technology, shutting agencies responsible for tackling infectious diseases around the world, firing thousands of federal employees with keeping our communities and our medicines and our food supply safe.
Nobody believes
and injecting
you.
Political appointees.
Nobody believes you.
In what should be non-political grant-making functions. That is something this committee should be looking at. I could go on. I could go on all the topics that we need to be looking at moving forward to protect this country.
Yeah, but we're not. We're on this topic. We're on Anthony Fauci and his absolutely criminal behavior. Yeah, we're on Fauci right now. Peters.
We're not doing that in this committee. That's what this committee was designed to do. It's what it has done throughout history. It has done it in a bipartisan way. We should get back to that and think about the future of this country and keeping this country safe. When a crisis like COVID-19 strikes, we have an obligation to examine what went right and what went wrong to provide accountability for the American people. Congress certainly has done that.
No.
Between the House and Senate, nearly 20 different committees.
You've done that, then why are people still asking questions? Why do people want more answers? No, you don't get to make that determination, ever.
Including this committee, as I mentioned, have conducted oversight of the COVID-19 pandemic, conducting transcribed interviews, holding dozens of hearings, and released more than 10 reports. Today's exercise, unfortunately, is a stark departure from those largely bipartisan, legitimate efforts. The chairman has shut the minority out of participating equally in these efforts, withheld information, selectively released documents, actions that completely undermine the credibility of this investigation. I will enter a record without objection, Mr. Chairman, a letter that I sent to you that detailed all of those areas that we have concern with and where we were shut out.
Without objection.
We'll provide other details as well.
Yeah, nobody believes you because you're a bunch of rats. You're a bunch of liars, serial liars. Nobody believes that you were actually shut out. It just, most likely you made a list of demands that were unreasonable or retarded.
I think today's hearing, unfortunately, does real damage. It's tempting to turn one person into the scapegoat for a crisis that hundreds of officials across both the Trump and the Biden administration.
Well, then why don't you focus on what Anthony Fauci actually did? See, this is where the Democrats lose it. Why don't you focus on what what Fauci actually did? That to me would make sense, right? Fauci did do things that were wrong.
We're responsible for handling. And it does so in a way that people that are facing death threats. This is only going to, unfortunately, deter other scientific experts from public service to understand that this is what they would have to go through as they provide their advice to us. We're not going to make our nation safer, and I hope that we can restore by doing these.
We're not going to make the nation safer by holding the people accountable that did things that are wrong. Okay, thank you, Democrat. Thank you for reaffirming why I will never vote for another Democrat again as long as I live.
These kinds of activities, and I hope that we can restore our legitimate bipartisan oversight that's going to help strengthen our public health and pandemic preparedness and other homeland priorities. That's what this committee needs to focus on. It hasn't the last year and a half. Let's hope it does in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I hope the American people listen very carefully to Chairman Paul's opening statement. I think it's a stunning indictment of the actions you've taken that have been so destructive to global health. I certainly understand why you needed a pardon. I certainly understand why, on the advice of counsel, you're not answering any questions, because I think it would be almost impossible for you to answer the questions truthfully without really demonstrating what you did, your culpability, self-incriminating. We have, all of us, has prepared a lot. I've been deluged with questions to ask Dr. Anthony Fauci. There are so many legitimate questions that deserve answers, and now you're not willing to provide those answers.
Right.
So with my limited time, I'm going to talk about things that my investigation revealed.
Frustrating to know that.
Lie.
Oh, no!
Did you know of that letter?
Thank you.
Senator Hassan! No! No! Senator Hassan! No! Shock, 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 shock my dog. I can't stop. Oh, no! Can you imagine Senator Hassan Piker as a senator? Oh, no. That's terrible. That's terrible. No. No! Oh, gosh.
Dr. Fauci, I want to start by thanking you for more than 50 years of service to this country.
All right. Of course, Hassan is a Democrat. Hassan is a Democrat. Even in women forum, we're like, wow. Wow, Hassan is a Democrat. Who would have thought? I'm like, look at this hag. Oh my gosh. That's so embarrassing. Oh, man.
At the National Institutes of Health. And it is unfortunate that you have been put in the position that you are in today. And it must be enormously frustrating to know that this hearing is designed to entrap you. It must be very frustrating for your attorneys to hear the chair's mischaracterization of the legal issues and posture that impact your decisions at the witness.
What an absolute freak. You're really running defense for Fauci, really?
Table today. Meanwhile, I was going to ask you a series of questions about things that are relevant right now to the people of the United States about the state of public health in this country. Since President Trump took office in 2025, more than 4,500 cases of measles have been reported. That is more cases in the year and a half since Donald Trump has been president than were reported from 2000 to 2024 combined. Children are dying because there has been increased vaccine hesitancy, fueled by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., like the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and frankly, his entire administration.
People like you.
Thousands of people.
People like you. People that pushed the vaccine mandates. People that pushed social distancing. It was people like you. People like you are the problem. In fact, the reality is you should be in jail, people like you. Democrats. You should be persecuted, prosecuted, oppressed. Absolutely.
In the United States of America have been sickened by a foodborne parasite, and the outbreak is nowhere near under control. As staffing at the FDA and other critical public health entities has been slashed by Russell Vought and Elon Musk. Last year, the National Institutes of Health awarded 201 fewer grants compared to the previous years. 207, I am corrected. Compared to previous years. As those grants were either canceled or delays, especially at the beginning of the Trump administration, I can tell my colleagues what the impact was on people in New Hampshire, on scientists in New Hampshire, on clinical trials in New Hampshire, where people's cancer treatment was interrupted because Elon Musk and Russell Vought know better than the people at NIH about what to fund. And because they did some sort of word search, it seems, for some of the grants.
Not Elon
and boy,
Musk.
oh boy, if you were studying rural health in New Hampshire.
It's Elon Musk. By the way, guys, I can't even say on YouTube what I would do to these people. These absolute worms that have sat in the shit for decades and made things worse and have the absolute fucking goal to blame Elon Musk and Donald Trump. This absolute fucking gargoyle. Man, like, I just, oh man. It's brutal.
Trying to understand how to better engage people who need health care in rural America, that was off the table.
Yeah, because nobody trusts you.
America is losing researchers and scientists to other countries because researchers and scientists, highly trained, highly qualified, invested in...
Oh my God, this woman is like, how did she get elected into office? We need to make a rule that women cannot serve. Women absolutely cannot serve in public office. That needs to be an immediate new rule. Like, what are we even doing? Oh gosh, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
Often, by the American taxpayer, are finding the hostility from this administration so strong that it interferes with their science, and they want to pursue science wherever that science takes them.
Uh-huh.
I also sit on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. We have had a number of hearings with nominees recently to fill critical spots. One of those nominees is Dr. Erica Schwartz, a brilliant woman.
I see your
medical
Schwartz
degree,
is as big as
biomedical engineering
mine.
degree. I think she also told us she has a law degree and a master's in public health. She was a 2-star admiral in the United States Navy, an experienced doctor. And yet, when I asked her if she would push back at Secretary Kennedy, if he instructed her to suspend the promotion of the flu vaccine as he did some point in the last few months, there's an email to prove it, she couldn't answer that question. She either could not, would not, or had been bullied into evading a question about whether she, as the director of CDC, would stand up to Secretary Kennedy.
If I told you to do what I wanted to do, would you do it? No. Well, thank you. Fuck you. You disgusting old hag. No. We're not doing what you want. God, this disease crone. This absolute fucking crone. When I was pressing, this lady, she told me no. I said, good. Tell her no. Tell her no again. Oh my gosh, this absolute crone. I'll get you, my pretties, and your little dog too. God, what is it with people named Hassan?
The most unqualified Secretary of Health and Human Services this country has ever seen, and more than
You seem to be the most unqualified senator that this country has ever seen. You Democrats are genuinely some of the worst people I've ever seen. Shut the fuck up. Like, genuinely, shut the fuck up. You have nothing more to say.
Qualified, somebody who pursues conspiracy theories, degrades people with disabilities, and continues to promote disproved science.
Based? Disprove science to you is just science. It's just basic science. Because you people are subhuman freaks. That's the reality. That's the absolute fucking reality. Oh my gosh, these people are the worst.
That's the state of healthcare and public health in this country right now, not to mention the $1 trillion or so of cuts to the Medicaid program that is decimating healthcare in my state and decimating it around the country, not to mention.
Now, you can see why I wanted to bypass this. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I wanted to give you a flavor and a taste of what I cut out of this to protect you guys. You know, you're welcome. You're welcome. Anyway, we'll move on. We will move on. I wanna watch the debate con, because I do think it actually does matter. Okay. You guys, okay, I'm going to run a poll. I'm going to run a poll on my chat. What would you guys rather see me do? Start a poll. What would you rather see next? Debate con 8 reaction. Oh. All right, there we go. Poll is up on the YouTube chat. You guys can let me know what you want. We can do Debate Con 8 reaction, or we can jump into Helldivers 2. I'll let you guys on YouTube decide what we do next. So, if you're in the YouTube chat, go ahead. Go ahead and vote right now. Put the votes in. Get the votes going. You got to, if you're in the YouTube chat, you got to vote. We got Debate Con 8 reaction, and then in number 2, we got Helldivers 2. You guys got to vote. And the winner is what we'll do. All right, looking Debate Con 8 taking the lead. Taking the lead, way taking the lead. I'd rather watch a game than a bunch of master debaters. That's pretty funny. However, to be fair, these guys are pretty good at what they do. These guys are pretty good at what they do. Okay, let's see. All right, Debate Con 8 wins overwhelmingly. We got the vast majority. Let's see. Let's wait for a couple more votes to come in. Let's see. But right now, it's looking like Debate Con 8. In fact, we don't need it. We don't need more. We don't need more. We're just gonna end it. That's overwhelming. All right, the poll is closed. I love democracy. I love democracy. Okay. Brothers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and, well, you know, I'm assume that you all are all, no, come on. Give me one more shot, one do-over. Brothers, I present to you a very special video. We're going to be doing a reaction to Debate Con 8 Andrew Wilson. Oh, gosh. Wilson. What am I turning to Sean Connery? Welcome to the Rock. All right. We got this. Third time's the charm. All right, brothers. I got a very special video that we're going to go over. We're going to be watching the debate from DebateCon 8 between Andrew Wilson and Dinesh D'Souza. Now, the topic is, are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews and Israel? Very interesting topic of conversation. There are a lot of different thoughts, especially in America, on the Jews and Israel. Influence in the United States, the religion overall, should we support Israel? There are people on both sides of this, and I think it's very interesting that you would put Dinesh D'Souza and Andrew Wilson in a debate like this. So, naturally, I'm going to do a reaction to it. We're going to go over most, if not all of this, because this topic is just absolutely fascinating. It's a hot button issue. And we're going to see these two guys that are very good debaters. Full admission, I've seen this before. Andrew Wilson is very good at what he does. I'll put it like that. He's very good at what he does. He just absolutely eats Dinesh D'Souza. No, for the people on YouTube, I shouldn't spoil it. Why am I spoiling it? Come on. Don't spoil the debate, even though I've already seen this. I've already recommended it, but I don't want to spoil for the people on YouTube that Andrew Wilson absolutely destroys and cleans Dinesh D'Souza's lunch. Come on. Okay, fourth time's the charm. Come on. I'm usually a one take guy, but I don't know, sometimes. Brothers, today I present to you a special video. This is a segment from DebateCon 8 that happened just the other night. This is a debate between Andrew Wilson and Dinesh D'Souza on the topic of the Jews and Israel. Yeah, literally, it's, are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews and Israel? Now, there are a lot of different takes on this, a lot of different opinions, and so I thought this was absolutely fascinating. I'm not going to tell you who wins, but we're going to go through it. We're going to watch most, if not all of this. And I just want to let you guys know that if you want to support the channel, it's Modern Day Debate on YouTube. And they host things like this, and I think that's fantastic. And they put it on the internet for all of us to watch. I think that's incredible. So, without further ado, let's watch this debate between Andrew Wilson and Dinesh D'Souza.
I am excited for this one. Introducing first, Dinesh D'Souza is a best-selling author, award-winning filmmaker, and veteran conservative intellectual who has shaped American political debate for decades. Please join me in welcoming Dinesh D'Souza. And on our right, a man who needs no introduction, Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, is one of online debate's most experienced and formidable figures, known for his aggressive cross-examination and quick improvisation. Andrew Wilson. So, and then, just so it's no surprise, what we're going to do is, right after their opening statements, which will be at the podium for 5 minutes each, we are going to move the podium and then bring the tables closer together so that the speakers are closer together for that open dialogue session. With that, we're going to start the debate. Dinesh will be going first. I have the timer set for you, Dinesh, and I will start it on your first word. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. Do not redeem, sir. Hello. Thank you. Come again.
Thank you very much. Well, I feel like I'm going to be in the lion's den today. And there might be a few of you who support Israel, some of you on the fence. Most of you are probably going to be a little hostile. And so my presence here should be taken as a, well, I'll try to make it as painless as possible, but it's going to be a little bit of an intellectual suppository for you.
What the hell? Why is that the first thing you say? An intellectual support? Look at this guy's face! Look Look at his face. He's like, brother, why is an Indian guy talking about suppositories?
I want to clarify some terms in the debate to make it clear what we're going to be debating about. And then I want to try to focus the argument in its most kind of primitive or fundamental way so we don't get drawn into sort of side issues. We're talking as Christians, so I'm assuming that the premise of the debate is that we are Christians, we're Catholics, we're Protestants, we're in the mainstream of the Christian tradition. My own work in apologetics has taken the C.S. Lewis kind of mere Christianity approach. I'll be using generally that in this debate. By way of background, I come from a very old Catholic family in India. It goes back about 400 years. My grandfather's brother was the Cardinal of Pakistan. So I'm deeply rooted in the Catholic tradition, the Catholic intellectual tradition. I've studied it, I've written a lot about it, and I've debated it against generally leading atheists, people like Christopher Hitchens and others. Now, Israel is not my topic. And by that I mean in a career spanning 35 years, I haven't written about it, I barely mentioned it. I'm not known as a Zionist. I don't identify with Zionism, which was a secular socialist movement of the 19th century. I have no particular stake in Israel as a country. I'm America first all the way. And so keep those things in mind as we have this debate. If you're looking for me to sort of channel Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin, that's really not going to be happening here. I'm not a professional Israel advocate in any sense of the term. I discovered Israel really 2 or 3 years ago when I visited for the first time, and I found it interesting in two ways. The first one was simply that we live at a time when cities have become really homogenized. These days, you know, there's no point going to Zurich and Copenhagen. It's all kind of one thing. Israel's not like that. In Israel, you're very conscious that you're in the land of the Bible. That is a very important feeling for Christians. You get the sense that this is your spiritual homeland. And by spiritual homeland, what I mean is that our faith is not some kind of abstraction that is delivered in the sky. It could have been. God could have put the Ten Commandments, he could have put it on the moon. But he didn't do that. Our Bible, our history, our Christianity is historical. It's rooted in real people and real events and real places. It took place somewhere in the world, and that somewhere happens to be Israel. That's worth remembering and worth noting. I also discovered in the course of now 4 visits to Israel the thing that really interests me, and that is biblical archaeology. And biblical archaeology has the definitive effect of authenticating and corroborating the people and events in the Bible. We can go into it a little bit later. I will give you the most shocking examples of this, but it is a massive refutation of the skepticism and atheism of the 19th century, which basically said that the Bible was written hundreds of years later and most of it was kind of made up. Biblical archaeology shows us that the Bible is talking about real people and true events. You can debate the miracles, you can debate the theology, but that these things are real, these people are real, the events are real, has been authenticated down to the most excruciating detail. That's very important because it also happens to establish the presence of the Jews in their ancestral homeland. And in a way, to me, the fundamental question that we're discussing today, when I say morally obligated, what I really mean is, what's the right thing to do? Now, saying what the right thing to do doesn't solve the problem of should we give money to Israel or how much money should we give to Israel. No, supporting Israel here basically means having a certain recognition of a kind of spiritual and historical kinship or line of continuity established, by the way, in the Bible. And don't think of the Old Testament as Jewish. The New Testament is just as Jewish as the Old. Both are describing Jewish communities, and Christianity came right out of that. In fact, the first Christians were Jews. They were Jews who followed the Messiah. I think historically we could say with great accuracy they were the very first Judeo-Christians. The apostles were Judeo-Christians. Now, to me, the core of this question is whose land is it?
30 seconds.
30 seconds? I was just getting warned. This is my introduction, guys. All right. Let me just put it this way. There are 3 ways to get a country. First, you were there first. That's the ancestral claim. Number 2, you got the country by some kind of negotiation or treaty. Or number 3, you got the land because you captured it. Every single country on the map in the world now has gotten its claim based on one of these three ways. The argument I'm going to make is that Israel succeeds on all three ways. It checks all the boxes. Even America doesn't. The American Indians were here first. We might have conquered them, taken the land from them, so we got it by conquest. They got it by original inhabitancy, and there's a little bit of an argument over here, but I'm going to argue that the Jews were there, it's their land. Number two, they got it by treaty. It was given to them by the United Nations. They accepted it. The Palestinians rejected it. And three, they got it by not just by conquest. They fought 3 defensive wars against massive coalitions of Islamic forces that are into essentially global colonization. The Muslims are the real colonizers.
Oh boy. We got Heinrich saying, bro, he's Bob and Vagine. Of course he's... Oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man. Thank you, Heinrich, for the support and the donation.
And so, whichever box you choose, Israel succeeds. And therefore, supporting Israel isn't just sort of the biblical thing to do, it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
So, he didn't answer the question. Are Christians morally obligated to support Jews in Israel? No. See, what he's making the case is, does Israel have a right to exist? But that's not the question. The question is, are Christians obligated to support Israel and the Jews? And he didn't answer that.
And I've got the timer ready for you, Andrew, on your first word. Oh, that's right. If you're able to...
Got to set the mood. First of all, big round of applause for Dinesh real quick. Great opening. But that's not going to save him. I want for everybody to remember that the topic of this debate is if Christians have a moral obligation to support Jews in Israel. He didn't give us one. It is obvious to me that since the answer is clearly no, that Dinesh likely gave no reason, which means I predicted he wouldn't give us one. I will begin by expressing to you, the audience, that when discussing normative claims, or in this case, moral claims, you need to demonstrate why the moral obligation is there. Dinesh's view comes down to a whole bunch of really stupid propositions that actually make no sense. Note, I'm not calling Dinesh stupid. He's far from it. But even intelligent people can believe stupid propositions and often do. Logical proposition 1, Christians need to support a Jewish state of Israel because their ethics and Christian ethics overlap. This is something which Dinesh has said multiple times. The reason this is a stupid proposition is because the modern state of Israel is a secular state. This
Damn, that's a pretty good opening salvo. Yeah. It is a secular state in a lot of ways. Like, in fact, in most ways. So, yeah, I agree.
State supports abortion, and most of the public supports it. They have pregnancy termination boards, which grant 99% of applications abortions up to 24 weeks and beyond. They support gay marriage, and while not marrying gays themselves, as there is no civil marriage authority, they recognize all out-of-country gay marriages as valid, and all gay cohabitation has identical social and financial rights. Let that sink in. They are extremely pro-transgender, and their public health care system provides generously for trans surgery and voice mod training. Sorry about that. 1 second here. According to their own polling, the Israeli Institute for Gender and LGBTQ Studies has supported 75% or more for homosexual acceptance, advocacy, and gender care, which includes 90% from secular Jews and even over 50% from the religious Orthodox Jews. Now, I can keep going. Women in the military, IVF programs, national health care, prostitution, pornography. These are libtards, essentially, who live in Israel that Dinesh wants us to support. A whole nation of them. Christian ethics here in the USA determines that we resist these things in our own nations. Why would we support other nations which codify these things as law? Any more than we would Sharia law. I don't want millions upon millions or billions of my dollars to be used to support a system which allows for these forms of degeneracy when we are busy combating them in our own backyard. Why would Christians support that? Now, Dinesh can argue the USA is plagued with similar problems, and that's true. And Christians here oppose our own governmental national apparatus and strongly attempt to legislate against these forms of policy. We do the opposite of funding it, except through force of tax. Proposition 2, Dinesh believes that the Christians have a stake in Israel because it's the holiest of holies, and the holiest Christian sites are there. I grant this is true, but that doesn't give us much reason to keep the population there Jewish. If Christians in the West truly want access to the holy sites, then why not just demand Israel, who is our protectorate, take a certain amount of Christians per year? I think 100,000 or more should do the trick.
Bravo.
The USA has no cap on Jews immigrating here. Why not just demand they allow Christian immigration with no cap there, or we cut off all military funding and support, and that's that. Then we get the holy sites. He argues that Israelis guard these things better than Muslims. I can see that's true, but I'm certain millions of Christian immigrants could protect them just fine. Not sure why there needs to be a Jewish state to do this, or why we have a moral obligation to keep it Jewish at all. Proposition 3, Dinesh often cites the biblical principle of those who bless Israel will be blessed. That's Genesis 12:3. Does the modern state of Israel seem very blessed to you? If you took every Jew in Israel and put them in Germany in the year 2026, they would be safer than they are in Israel. How's that for irony? Is God blessing their abortions or homosexuality and prostitution advocacy, the rejection of the Messiah? Doesn't seem like it to me. If that's what a God-blessed nation looks like, then I would be very wary of the blessings of that God, because he sure seems like he isn't very fond of them at the moment. Proposition 4, do Christians have an obligation to support religious Jews naming a Messiah, considering that Messiah figure will certainly be false and antichrist? This is obviously no. Don't know about Dinesh over here, but the proposition of naming a false Messiah and Christians supporting that by funding the religious, more conservative section of Jewish population claiming it's moral seems insane to me. Proposition 5, are secular Jews blessed, or non-religious Jews blessed by the same Genesis passage? In other words, if I bless atheist Jews and all their liberal policies, will I in turn be blessed with magic Jew blood? Do I need to fight and die on their behalf of this blessing? Is it just a mind state, like I just kind of cheer them on? Does it require action on my part? What are my actual obligations here as a Christian? What's the normative framework to receive said blessing from my support of atheist Jews? I say the opposite. As a Christian, it's my duty to resist and oppose the radical atheist and secular Jewish agenda of Israel. Until they conform to my ethical model, I would like and would do, in all cases, I would demand this of every nation, pull all financial and military support and deal with them only as a limited capacity as they could be dealt with. I am not in the business of funding abortion, homosexuality, prostitution, female empowerment. Christians must resist these propositions and demand, if Israel wants our aid, they need to conform to the standards and normative ethics of the very Christians they endlessly demand help from.
Right.
To clarify a few terms, when you're making a normative claim, Dinesh, when you're making a ought claim, you need to tell us why Christians ought to support this nation. So far, you have not done that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those openings. So for the open dialogue, I have the timer set. This will be 80 minutes, and we're going to move the speakers just a little closer. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Excellent work.
Okay.
And then, Sean, if you can give us a thumbs up on whether or not that's where we need them. Maybe if you could bring it just a little closer, maybe with the V shape, if you can just squeeze a little bit so it's a tighter V, a more acute angle. Thank you. There you go. Let's see, Sean, is that better? So, you want them straight across? Okay.
What are we doing? Okay.
I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry. Really crazy. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay. Jump ahead.
Do you want me to go first, just to get us going?
It's your claim.
Okay. Would you agree that the New Testament not only follows the Old, but incorporates the Old? In other words, to put it differently, that Christianity is the only religion that takes the scriptures of another religion and incorporates it wholesale into its own Bible, true or false?
That's false.
That's false. So you would prefer to see the Old Testament removed from the Bible?
No. No, it's on. I have a different worldview than you do. I see these things as a continuity, whereas you see that.
Yeah. Dinesh is saying, okay, well, you got Judaism, which is, basically they believe in the Old Testament, and Christianity believes in the New Testament. No. Christianity is the true inheritors of the promise, the new covenant. The new covenant made by Jesus Christ. It's not one or the other. It's not, well, we don't believe the New Testament. No, the New Testament was required to get to the point where Jesus came, and then you have the New Testament, the new covenant. So it's not two parts. The Bible is one whole.
Them as a multitude of covenants. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. I started out with the physical Bible. When I look at my Bible, it's about 800 pages long.
Okay.
About 2/3 of it is the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is in the Christian Bible.
That's correct.
Right? The Christians didn't say it's an historical document that we should read in conjunction with our scriptures. It is included in the Christian scriptures. I asked you true or false, and you truly said false, which to me is deeply heretical because it implies that you're saying that the Old Testament does not belong in the Bible.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. So
What are you saying?
To clarify, I'm just saying that I would agree that these things are on a continuity, right? And maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but now that we have that clarified, I think that these are on a continuity rather than covenantal.
All right, so they're in a continuity. Would you agree that the Old Testament is no less inspired than the New? In other words, it is just as sacred, it's sacred scripture, no less than the New, and on the same footing as the New. You agree?
Sure.
Of course.
Okay. And you agree that the foundations of Christianity are anchored in the Old Testament, by which I mean that Christianity would be inconceivable without Genesis, the account of creation, the Exodus, the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, it would be totally incoherent.
The prophets. You agree?
Yeah, it'd be
all right.
totally
You
incoherent.
agree that not only is that Jewish scriptures, but it is no less the Christian.
Christians are grafted onto the vine of Abraham, making the church Israel and those living in Christ the chosen people. Amen.
Absolutely. He is 1,000% correct.
Scriptures.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you agree further that when the Pilgrims and then later the American founders in America saw themselves as building a civilization anchored on Athens and Jerusalem, when they spoke about Jerusalem, they were referring to Christianity, the Old Testament, and the New? True or false?
I would say that that's true.
That is true. Yeah. And therefore, America itself, our own country, is based on these two foundations.
So he's going to, okay, I see what he's saying. He's going to say that America is founded on Judaism because the Old Testament is the Jewish doctrine. So Judeo-Christian, in order, from his perspective, is a merging of the old Jewish tradition mixed in with the new covenant and the old covenant. It's Jews and Christians. He's going to try to say that America was founded off of a Jewish doctrine. This is not going to go very well.
Including the foundation of Jerusalem, if somehow the foundation of Jerusalem, historically, morally, ethically, were to be kicked out, we would be essentially cutting off our own feet. True or false?
Well, can I ask a clarifying question? So when you say if Jerusalem is kicked out from under our feet, what are you referencing?
I'm referring to the continuous tradition, as you described it, that begins with not just Genesis and Noah and Adam, but then continues with Abraham.
Yeah, you need to have the Old
David.
Testament for there to be continuity, yes.
Right, and so Jerusalem refers to the whole biblical narrative that begins about 2000 BC with Abraham and continues to the Acts of the Apostles, which is about 60 or 70 AD. That whole story is Jerusalem.
Okay.
And I'm saying that that is a core foundation of our civilization. And
so what?
Well, what it means is that that as a country, we recognize that we have moral, philosophical, and historical continuities with certain countries, and I would mention two. Great Britain.
So overlapping ethics.
Great Britain, because a lot of the ideas, not only were a lot of the founders coming from Great Britain, but we have had a special relationship with Great Britain that's now extended for many, many years, and it's based on the idea that we've got something in common with these people, even more so than with, say, the Germans or the Norwegians. And therefore, if there's an international crisis, the United States will team up right away with Great Britain as its European sort of, what do you call it, protectorate, and then try to get Great Britain to win over the other European countries. In other words, this special relationship.
So what?
Okay.
He's not making a very compelling argument about why America and American Christians, and really actually Christians in general, have any obligation to support Israel. Yeah. That's the argument. He's going around and around, but you got to make the point.
Where do we get to the moral obligation here, Dinesh? Great. We've established, hey, we have a the most special relationship ever with England because our ancestors come from England and France.
Right.
I'll happen to note very quickly, the top white demographic inside the United States is German, not English. Just want to point that out.
Fair enough.
Very, very far removed from what it was initially at our foundation. Where do we ever get to the moral obligation?
Okay, so first of all, let me address your German point, because there is a key difference between immigrants and settlers. The British built the country. The Germans came to a good country that the British built. So a settler is the guy who makes the country, makes the system. The immigrant is the guy who moves because he believes it's a really good club that he wants to join. So it doesn't matter how many immigrants have come later. The building of America was done by the settlers. Now here's my point. With countries as with people, we have a certain, if you're a conservative, you have a certain respect for your own patrimony. It's yours. It's your lineage.
Blood and
it's
soil?
kind of like saying,
wait, are you making a blood and soil? I thought you
Oh
rejected
my
blood and
God.
soil.
I'm making an historical, immoral, and
Wait,
an
didn't you write a
intellectual
book
argument.
where you rejected the entirety of blood and soil? And that's the argument you're making here. Blood and soil.
I'm simply
Do
saying.
we have a super special relationship with other white people because they're white, Dinesh?
No, because those white people in other parts of the world had nothing
Then
to do with
what?
America.
Then
but
what the hell are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about the fact that the British did. I'm talking about that the fact that the Bible is situated in that country and no other. It's not as
So what?
So as Christians, this is something that should be important to us. It's evidently
I'm
not important to
okay,
you.
look, let's break a couple things down. Absolutely, it's important.
Okay.
Great. Can we get to the moral lot part?
Okay. All right. So now let's turn to the people who live in Israel. Do you agree that the people who live in Israel are Jews?
Yes. Mystery
Okay.
solved.
Okay. And all right. And do you also agree that they are directly in the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? In other words, they come in a sort of historical religion.
Here's the biggest scandal of this entire event. The biggest scandal of this entire event just took place. The biggest scandal. Andrew Wilson is drinking Fiji water. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. That is so gross. Why are you drinking Fiji water?
Sort of historical, religious, and ancestral line from the old Jews. In other words, what I'm saying is,
You mean that particular tribe, coming off the 12 tribes, they can be traced back?
I'm simply saying that there's a line of continuity in the same way that there's a line of continuity.
I agree. Do you agree
Okay.
that that's the case with Palestinians as well? They come
No.
from the same?
No.
No.
Let's take, for example,
Even though the
Gaza.
ancestral DNA points this out?
No, it doesn't.
It
let's
does.
let's look at Gaza, for example, which is the heart of our debate. Gaza.
It's definitely not the heart of our debate.
Well, I mean the Palestinian debate. The Palestinian debate right now is not about the West Bank, it's about Gaza. That's where the, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that historically, the people who lived in Gaza are not Palestinians. It is a fakery of the name through history that we call them Palestinians. The people who lived in Gaza were the Philistines. The Philistines were Europeans. They came from Greece. They came from Cyprus. This is archaeologically definitively established.
Are
And
they
so,
close? Are they more closely related than like Ashkenazi Jews are to the historic people of Israel?
the Philistines have vanished off the pages of history.
That's not the question that I asked you.
What is your question?
Michael, the question that I asked you is, would it be the case that the modern Palestinian people would have more ancestry in common with the Jews who currently live in Israel than an Ashkenazi Jew would?
Yes.
This is a little bit debatable because some of the people who are from that region
It's a
of
little bit
Canaan.
debatable,
No,
huh?
well, here's what I'm saying. If
Okay.
you're making it
it's
sound
debatable because the answer is yes. It's an uncomfortable answer, but it is yes.
like it is 100% of a genetic argument.
Can you
but-
answer the question I asked you without obfuscation? Is it the case or not that Ashkenazi Jews generally have less shared ancestry than Palestinians do with the current Jewish population of Israel?
And I'm
Isn't
saying-
that in fact the case? No, they don't have as much shared ancestry as the Palestinians do who currently live inside of Gaza with the Jews who currently live in Israel. Isn't it true Ashkenazis don't have as much ancestry?
Yeah, but Judaism, hold on. Judaism is a combination. You're acting as if Judaism is purely a function of genetics. Judaism is a function of genetics plus history plus religious devotion.
No,
so
Dinesh,
that's
you,
what
you
makes
were making that argument because you say you were making it an argument based on continuity.
If Jews are
but if you
thrown
say the
out-
continuity gets broken, the second it is that we have Ashkenazi Jews who still have the right of return to Israel, though it is the case that they are now outside of that continuity, Dinesh. Now outside of that people group, Dinesh?
Yeah, and let's look at why they're outside. The Jews are forcibly ejected from their homeland. They scatter all over the world. Unsurprisingly, they settle in London, they settle in Europe, they settle in Africa, they settle in Asia, but they never relinquish their claim to the land. If they had said, all right, we're out of here, you could then say, all right, other people can wander in, can claim it's theirs. The Jews never gave it up. They were thrown out. Of course, when they settled elsewhere,
And what
there
is
was some.
your-
Hold on,
Okay.
there was some intermarriage. There was some imports to Judaism by people who converted in. Some people converted out. But the Jewish community, as a tribe and as a community, remained solidly intact through the centuries. I mean, just read.
Wait, this is, hang on.
We're
making a
talking
continuity-
about-
You're making a continuity argument, then breaking continuity. You're making a blood and soil argument, then breaking the idea of blood and soil. You mentioned at the beginning the right of conquest, which is your
Ashkenazim may or may not come from a Turkic tribal horde that converted from paganism to Judaism.
Well, Quaz coming in with the information about the Ashkenazis. Basically, Andrew is doing a very good job of breaking down the different arguments that Dinesh is putting up. And to be fair, Dinesh is an intelligent guy, but it just, I think that when he said that this really isn't my area of expertise, I don't think he was kidding. I think that this is something that, he would obviously debate. He feels comfortable enough doing that, but it's clear he hasn't really put the time or energy or effort into this topic to really know what he's talking about. Because Andrew is very good at pressing him like, oh, are you making a blood and soil argument? Yes, he was. But the thing is, for Dinesh, making a blood and soil argument under certain circumstances is fine. It's just if you're white and you're making a blood and soil argument, then it becomes problematic. I think that really is the takeaway from this.
Third criteria, then you say the Jews got thrown out of Israel, which means somebody else had conquest. That's how they got the land, right?
That's right.
So that's a legitimate way to get the land, right?
That's right, and it was legitimate to take it back by the Crusade. So using the conquest ethic, I agree. The Ottomans captured the land and ruled it for a long time. The Ottomans lost World War II, and so by the same ethic of conquest, they were displaced and it became part of the British Mandate. And then the UN basically proposed a partition for now. The point is this.
I'm willing to agree to these facts.
Yeah, with any.
I'm not sure how we get to the ought though. When do we get to the ought?
Because and Andrew is so good at that. He's so good at that because he's just bringing it always back. Why ought we? Okay, this is interesting. This historical piece of information, this evidence. Yeah, we could debate this. Why ought? This should not be a history lesson. At least not in the way that it's being presented. It should be. Here is why we ought to support the Jews in Israel. X, Y, and Z. You would have to come up with, a realistic, cogent argument. Why are we obligated? Like, at least if Dinesh were to pull out the Bible and be like, well, I'm going to say, because I'm going to interpret Genesis as saying we are required to support Jews. Like, I would accept that more. I'd accept that more than the argument Dinesh is making. And Quaz in chat says, I'm here to give a history lesson. Well, thank goodness Quaz is in chat to give us the history lesson on this. But from Dinesh's point of view, doing a history lesson style argument doesn't bolster his position. What he should be doing is focusing on the main substance of why, because that's where Andrew's going to keep bringing it back. And unless you have, a hard-hitting... By the way, he had time to prepare for this. He knew what the topic was going to be about. You didn't think of any haymakers when you were asked the question that was, going to be asked at the debate?
Well, when we say we get to the ought, as Christians, we're trying to do what's right. We're trying to support the people who are on the right side of the issue. And you seem to be saying...
Hang on. When you say Christians, they have to support what's right.
Yeah.
How do Christians know what's right?
Well, okay. Well, in looking at what's right, we look at historical arguments, moral arguments,
Christian ethics,
spiritual continuity, shared moral principles. We also look at the fact that America is a force for good or on the good side in the world, and therefore there are bad guys trying to do us in, and their allies are going to be people that we oppose.
Yeah, okay, so I agree with you in a secular sense that those can be reasons.
Right, but secular reasons.
But you're a Christian. We're talking about whether or not Christians have a moral ought.
Well, Christians are also...
What is the specific moral ought a Christian has based on Christian ethics, our paradigm, our worldview, not the secular lens, not the secular view, the Christian view? Why do we have to support a Jewish state that could name Antichrist? Why?
Because, first of all, you can't make up your mind if it's a Jewish state or a secular state. You alternate both based on convenience.
Jewish,
in fact, you alternate it within the same
Jewish.
sentence.
Hang on, ethnic, don't equivocate. This is pure equivocation. Do you agree with me that there's ethnic Jews and then there are religious Jews?
I agree with that.
Then don't equivocate and say, you can't figure out if it's a Jewish state or a secular state, because, Dinesh, it can be a secular Jewish state, can't it?
Israel was
Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh? Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel...
Can it be a secular Jewish state?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, but
Okay, so
I've never denied it's a secular
You
Jewish
just
state.
got done lecturing me about how I called it a Jewish state, then a secular state.
Right,
Like, that
because
was a
I think
contradiction.
on the one hand, I think you're trying to appeal to anti-Jewish sentiment, and for
Oh,
that,
no,
you need,
anti-Semites.
for that,
One sec, I wanna
you
give
need
I wanna
the
give
Jewish
Dinesh-
label.
I wanna
If
give
Israel
Dinesh-
was truly a secular state, a lot of your antagonism would be diminished. I noticed, for example, you don't have the same hostility to Great Britain, right? Why not? They're a secular state. But they don't have the Jewish label, so you don't get excited. What I'm getting at here is
Well, hang on,
that
hang on. You're saying that
I'm saying that-
can you explain to me just real quick?
Yeah.
Does England, by chance, is there a possibility that they're going to name Antichrist in my lifetime, Dinesh?
What do you mean by name Antichrist? What are you talking
I'm
about?
not talking about naming the Antichrist, but if Jews get together inside of Israel and they name a Messiah, is that going to be Jesus Christ?
Israel is not going to get together and name a Messiah.
okay.
What are you talking about?
You're saying
First
that-
of all, you just said 1 minute ago they're a secular state. Now you go, what if a secular state names a Messiah?
Okay,
Does that make any sense to
inside
you?
of Israel, do you agree with me that you have the Temple Institute and you have many Jewish organizations that are indeed willing and support the naming of a new Messiah?
There are messianic communities, apocalyptic Jewish messianic communities that believe that the rebuilding of the temple is a prelude to the end times. So what?
And no, that's not what I asked you. I
Yeah,
asked you if it is the case that if these right-wing elements inside of Israel, this would be more the right that is doing this than the left-wing elements which are there, which are more secular. If they get together and they do name an Antichrist, or I'm sorry, a Messiah, would that Messiah necessarily be Antichrist? Not the Antichrist, but antithetical to Christ because it's a false Messiah.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Then we have established that right now. By the way, do you know how big this movement is in Israel? Could you point, for instance, to England and say 30% of the population wants to name a new Messiah? No. And by the way, hang on, I just want to point something else out. When you talk about this, you say anti-Semitism. It's the opposite. I'm telling you right now, Jews are safer outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and you know that that's true. Can you explain to me how it's anti-Semitic for me to point out, using logic, what's obvious to everybody?
Okay, now explain what you mean. What do you mean when you say Jews are safer outside of Israel? How are they safer?
Yeah, right now, at least in every Western nation, there's not a single Western nation that I can look at where Jews live and have lived for the last 40 years, where they're not safer inside those nations than they are right now inside of the state of Israel.
You mean because there's a war going on?
Well, not just because there's a war going on, but because there's been a continuation of attacks of terror. In other words, from my view, and while I think this is irrelevant to the debate, I'll bite on it. From my view, it seems to me that Israel has not fulfilled its promise of safety for the Jewish people. It has not done so. And right now, you have more Jews who live outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and they're a lot safer than the Jews who live inside of Israel. Right. They are not fulfilling the promise.
That's right. And, I would say that from a moral perspective, yeah, the right to return has been abused by a lot of really terrible people. And so, no matter how you look at it, both in terms of, the morality of the situation or just the reality of the situation, no matter how you look at it, the optics of it, yeah, Jews are safer in other countries. So I actually, let me just rip off the Band-Aid. I'll give you my opinion, okay? My opinion is I agree with Andrew. I think that at least 100,000 Christians a year should be moving to Israel. And I think that ultimately, Israel should belong to the Christians. And the Christians are going to do a better job of preserving it than the atheistic secular Jews. I think that the Christians are going to do a better job of preserving it and protecting it. And I think that it's perfectly fine, if Jews want to go live in, other places, fine. But the holy sites should absolutely belong to the Christians. That's my take on it. That's my perspective.
Promise of protecting their people group at all. In fact, they're relying on us to do it for them.
Well, it's a pretty astounding claim when Jews not only have, but to this day are, moving to Israel from all parts of the world, willing to endure the risks and dangers that they face in Israel. And here you are from the kind of comfort of Dallas lecturing Israel on whether it's doing an adequate job protecting the Jews who are voluntarily choosing to come there. There are American Jews who have moved to Israel.
What does that have to do with
and
anything?
there is more danger for them. The reason that there's more danger.
Yes, there is more danger for them.
And the reason for that is that Israel is surrounded by Islamic fanatics.
No shit.
Yes, right. Okay.
So in this really dangerous country surrounded by Islamic fanatics, are they less safe or more safe there than in Western nations, Dinesh?
And are you
answer the question I asked like I've been answering yours. Dinesh, is it the case that these people who are in this desert completely surrounded by Islamic lunatics less safe there than they are in Western nations? Yes or no?
Yeah, they are more.
So let me ask Dinesh a question. He's not going to answer this. But here's a question. Do you think that Jews currently in Israel would be less safe or more safe if Christians controlled Israel? If America controlled Israel, I know, crazy thought, America controlling Israel. If we controlled that land, if that was Christian land, do you think Jews would be more safe or less safe than they are now? If we were in total control of that area of land, do you think that people would be more safe or less safe if they were Jewish? The answer is that they would be more safe if we controlled Israel. If Christians controlled Israel, the Jews there would be more safe because they would be welcome there, and you have the might of the U.S. military. The might of the U.S. military combined with you got Christians there, this whole thing would be over. If we were to take over Palestine and take over Israel and say, you know what? The Holy Land is ours. It's ours. Now you can live here, but you're going to get along. And if you don't, first of all, we're going to execute Hamas. If you are part of Hamas, we're executing you. You're done. But if we were to take over, it would be better. So, from Dinesh's perspective, that makes it even more difficult to argue that it is a moral imperative, it is a moral responsibility, it is a moral obligation for Christians to support Israel.
More safe in Western nations with fewer Islamic fanatics.
Why do I have to beat these things out of you when you disagree with me?
Because you are pursuing a tactic of pretending like you're making a point when there is actually no point to be made. If a country based on a common identity in their own ancestral homeland it's like saying I have a ranch. Yeah. I'm surrounded by outlaws who want to burn down my ranch, rape my wife, kill my kids, and you go, well, why don't you then give up your homeland, give up your ranch? You're obviously safer if you move somewhere else. And I'm like, no, this actually is my homeland. I have every right to be here. And all I want is the right to fight back against these monsters who also hate you and declare you, America, to be their great Satan. I'm their little Satan. Yeah, and you're pretending like you're doing us a massive favor.
You're giving me or describing all sorts of positions to me that I haven't given, which is hilarious. For one thing, let's use your ranch example.
Okay.
You're absolutely 100,000% correct. I have outlaws that are all around my little ranch, right? It's my ranch. I got the deed. I'm fighting for that shit. Do I have a right to go over to my neighbor and demand that he help?
No.
No, wait, what?
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Well,
did you say no?
I said by itself, no. If your ranch,
itself, no.
Yeah, if your ranch was encircled and your neighbor's ranch was not imperiled at all, and if your neighbor had nothing to do with it, then you're right. You would be appealing on the basis of like mercy or common heritage. You would be in Churchill's position because the Nazis had not attacked America. America faced no immediate danger from Hitler, and Churchill basically was reduced to begging. But the United States entered in on the Allied side. Why? Because we have historical, moral, philosophical, even spiritual continuities with Europe, and we came to the aid of Europe for that reason.
More like the Japanese attacked us and blew up our entire Pacific fleet and drug us into a massive war. Did we just forget like a whole big part of this?
I think you've got your dates all garbled. The Germans invaded Poland in 1939, right? Yeah. The United States, yes, did get into the war in 1947, but the point I'm trying to make...
Wait, what? What?
I'm saying that the American...
Even her face, she's like, oh. Oh my gosh. Oh man, Andrew is absolutely killing it. Oh man. Oh man. Oh gosh. Andrew is absolutely killing it. Now, Andrew's going to have the runs tonight because he's cooking and eating Indian. Oh man. This is brutal.
American ranch was not
No,
threatened.
no, no. What did you say before that?
Okay, well, let me put it this way.
No, what did you say before that?
The United States,
hold on. From
the
the audience,
United
I need you
States
to be
could have
quiet.
fought against Japan and left the Nazis alone.
Oh, I thought before I was getting my dates all mixed up.
No,
I
you
didn't
were.
know that. And then you're like,
no,
oh, wait a
I'm
second.
saying the United States had no reason to fight in the European theater when the attack came
Except
from
that
Japan.
Germany declared war on us?
Germany did declare war on the United States, but
we had no reason to go to war except
right.
for philosophical
And so,
reasons.
Exactly. And so here you have the Iranian parliament burning the American flag. Here you have Hamas and Hezbollah declaring that we are their enemy no less than Israel.
Sure.
We are the infidels from the point of view of Islam. But according to you, our ranch is not threatened. I think it is. I think our ranch and their ranch are both in the sights of the bad guys who have a massive global movement. By the way, they're not content to fight over there.
Hang on. Let me concede a couple of points here. Now we're getting somewhere. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So the first thing is that never conflate my ideas here with the idea that I don't think that Islam is one of the worst, most horrific ideologies known to man, because it is. I argue against it often and all the time. But you see, I'm a true America firster, Dinesh.
Yeah.
Neither of these ideologies needs to overlap Christian ideology at all. When you talk about how this country, there's 10 million people, are surrounded by enemies, right? Great, I understand. I completely agree. They have the right to defend themselves. Great, I completely agree. Why do we have to go in and defend them, though? You say, well, we have a shared common enemy. I can even grant that that's true. Why is it then that we need to leave that state in Jewish hands if we have to defend it? Why? Why do we have an ought to do that? Why can't we demand Christian immigration?
Jamie Lannister, all right, so don't read too much into this, okay? But Jamie Lannister said to Walder Frey, he said, we gave you, the Riverlands. We gave you the Riverlands. But what's the point? And you owning it if we have to keep taking it back for you. If we have to keep taking it back for you, why do we even give it to you? And Walder Frey was insulted by that, but Jamie Lannister was absolutely right. Asking the phrase, why do you even own this if we have to keep doing this?
To Israel? Why is it that we can't demand, as their protectorate, that we have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Christians move into that area so we can protect our own holy sites, Dinesh? Why not?
Well, number one, $3.8 billion doesn't buy you a whole country. Second of all, we make all kinds of alliances with countries where we don't basically tell them what they should do to their LGBTQ people. We have alliances with Korea, with Japan, with India, with Great Britain. Great Britain is just as LGBTQ as Israel. Our alliance with Israel is based upon mutual defense. It's not based upon supporting gay rights or the Pride Parade in Tel Aviv. No one's saying that we should support that as Christians. We oppose it equally. What I am saying is that
then where does the ought come in? I still don't understand where the moral obligation or ought actually comes in here. I've been listening. I've been waiting for it. You have not yet given me you're a Christian and you're a Jew who lives in Israel, and so therefore you have some obligation morally to support you. What is it?
I'm saying that in the ensemble of countries where good guys are fighting against bad guys, and let's start with your point. You agree that Islam is a truly pernicious and evil force, no less here than over there.
I believe that both ideologies, both Judaism and Islam, both lead to massive problems because they're both heresies. Both of these
but
heresies,
heresies are not equal in the sense that, hold on,
that's true.
The Jews aren't trying to make us Jews. Jews are not in the conversion business.
You're right. Jews don't evangelize. I agree with
Islam
that.
is not only trying to dominate us spiritually or religiously, but Islam is a religion of comprehensive law. It covers the whole orbit of life. It tells you how you should sleep and whether you are allowed to fart when you have sex.
Whether you can own a dog.
Islam is a manual of instructions of life. Now, here's the point. And this is, I think, something that's a little hard for us to accept, but it makes a lot of sense. The Israelis know how to fight Islam and radical Islam in a way that we don't. Our record in fighting radical Islam is abysmal.
So is theirs.
Their record in fighting radical Islam is outstanding.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
And in fact, all the things that
so they wouldn't need our help with that then, would they? They wouldn't need the help of this nation that's just terrible at fighting these crazy Islamists. They're so good at it, right? They don't need our help.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Do they need our help?
Our debate has nothing to do with giving money to Israel or arms to Israel. Let me ask you this.
Well, then what are we supporting?
Well, when
we're just cheering? Yeah.
Well, no.
What are we doing?
Okay, so when you say that somebody is morally if I were to say to you, you know what? You've got a kid who lives in a really bad neighborhood. A lot of bad guys out to kill your kid. You're morally obligated to support your kid. It doesn't follow that you have to buy your kid a house, buy him a gun. You might practice tough love on the kid. You might tell the kid, you better cut this shit out. You might have all kinds of instructions that the kid will oppose.
Sure.
You will also accept that your interests and the kid's interests will sometimes diverge. So I'm admitting all of this with regard to Israel. I'm simply saying that the obligation to support is generic. It doesn't specify give them $3.8 billion. Let me ask you this.
Well, hang on. I want to use this analogy. I want to use this analogy real quick because let's go back to your analogy. I think it's fine.
Okay.
You say, hey, there's like a mom and her son, or a dad and the son, and they're in a rough.
And you're saying the son is a heretic. He doesn't go to church.
No. You say, hey, there's a moral obligation for you to like get your son out of this neighborhood, and then you give a bunch of qualifiers. Nesh says, that means, maybe you tell him to stop doing this, or maybe you take this action, or maybe you take that action, or you do, blah, blah, blah. But the whole point of this is to say that there's a moral obligation there where they ought do something in order to prevent this from happening to their son, right?
Right.
Okay, great. What's that with Israel?
So our interests and Israel's interests diverge on many points. Israel would like right now for the United States to go all the way, pulverize Lebanon, have regime change in Iran. Trump is saying no.
Yeah.
This is a recognition where
Jews don't want to convert us, they just want to make us follow the Noahide laws that forbid worship of Jesus and veneration of icons including the cross.
Yeah, they don't want to convert us, they just want to basically take away our most precious symbols. Yeah, I can understand why people would absolutely be against that. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't anyone? We got some, Andrew Wilson is doing a phenomenal job in this debate. He is absolutely killing it. He's doing, he's actually bringing up a lot of really interesting points that a lot of people don't usually and typically talk about. It says Pajit used pickle jar. It's super effective. I think that was an olive jar. Okay, so to be fair, just to get everything correct and on the record, I think that was an olive jar, and I'm sure Andrew loosened it up quite a bit. Okay, I'm sure he loosened it up.
we are saying our interest is the same as yours insofar as pulverizing Iran and breaking its military back. Once we have done that and stopped the nuclear possibilities, we're ready to quit. We're ready to go home. If you want to continue, you can.
This is just gibberish, dude. Where do we get to the moral ought? Where do we? You still haven't given me a. You have a moral obligation, like that mom does, to move the kid out of that rough neighborhood with all of those bad guys. Wouldn't I just use that analogy and say, okay, great, then we have an obligation to move 10 million Jews among the Western nations to get them out of the neighborhood of the bad guys?
And that would be your solution?
No, I'm saying if I'm using your analogy for the obligation, wouldn't you say that the mom should move the kid out of the neighborhood?
The analogy was intended to clarify the meaning of what does it mean to have a moral obligation to support. No analogy travels on all fours. So if I say, okay, I'm going to get my kid out of the bad neighborhood, it may be that I decide, okay, the kid can stay there, but I need to help with providing security. Or I need to make sure that I go visit every week to make sure that the apartment isn't being wrecked.
But where does the moral obligation here come in for the United States sovereign nation and the Christians inside of it specifically? That's what we're talking about. The Christians. Where does their obligation come in to help the Jews in Israel do fucking anything? Where's the obligation for that? Where?
Well, what? Do you agree that the Iranian regime and the forces of Islam in the region are evil?
Sure.
Okay.
I believe that their ideology
is evil. And would you agree that Israel, in fighting to change, clean up...
So Andrew Wilson says that he believes that the Jewish ideology in the region is evil. Wow. I didn't expect him to just come right out and say it. Wow. That's quite a statement.
Remake, transform the Middle East and produce... Hold on.
Hang on, I got to clarify one thing.
Yeah.
Just the terms. When you say evil, for me, evil, the doing of evil, would be moving away from participating in the energies of God and Jesus Christ. That's how I would differentiate what evil is from good. Good would be participating in those energies. So when you say the ideology of Islam, you don't believe Arabs are evil, right?
No.
You believe Islam, the ideology is evil, right?
Right.
Okay, Jews, from my perspective, that ideology is also evil.
Right, but I think we're talking about evil in two completely different senses. There is a sense in which heresy is evil, right? Because it departs from the theological straight path. In fact, orthodoxy means a straight path. Heresy means a deviation.
Sure.
We're talking about evil in a more natural law sense, by which I mean
I don't believe in natural law.
You don't believe in natural law?
No.
Okay, do you believe in the Ten
I'm not a natural law
Commandments?
proponent because I'm not a Catholic. Sure, the Ten Commandments are fine.
Do you believe that do you believe, well, I mean, do you believe that to take a 5-year-old kid and forcibly transition that kid is evil?
Of course.
Okay. Now, is that the same as the kind of evil that you were describing when you were talking about Christian heresy? I mean, in other words, Judaism is a heresy, and that's one type of evil. I'm saying there's another type of evil.
I just want to make sure
murder is evil.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I got it right. So when you're making the differentiation, you're saying this is evil and this is evil and this is a lesser evil than this one.
I'm saying that this is a force for good in combating this evil.
Yeah, but you're still saying both are evil.
Well,
if you're saying both are evils, you want us to support the lesser evil.
Well, I certainly do believe that. There are many cases of supporting the lesser evil.
But aren't you admitting Jewish ideology is evil?
Well, I'm admitting that Jewish theology is a heresy, or at least
and that is evil.
It's evil in its rejection of Christianity. I agree with that. Theologically, of course. But
so you're just saying support evil to stop evil.
No.
Support evil and to stop evil. Perfect.
So the man who insisted that Israel is a secular state makes a convenient switcheroo and is now making Israel a theological state which is out of sync with Christianity. Go one way or the other. You're trapped on your own.
Actually, perfect. I love this trap.
Okay.
Is secular ethics evil?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, shit. You got me.
Wow. We have had secular ethics in the world for about 500 years at least.
Right?
And we have secular ethics that dominate this country right now. Would you say that the United States right now is evil?
I would say that the secularists who are in charge of it are fucking evil.
Okay. But
evil fucking bastards.
But notice that when it comes to Israel, you foist the evil on the nation. When it comes to America, you're pro-American, you're 4th of July, your 250th anniversary, you're America, rah, 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 but there are these bad secular people in the country. You're against them, but you're not anti-American, are you?
Perfect. Let's use this exact same analogy.
Okay.
We'll use the exact same analogy back the other way. Right here in the United States, there's tons and tons and tons of Christians. They're not evil, right? We don't consider them evil. They're not evil. Trinitarian Christians are not evil. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Great. That's not an evil ideology. The secularists in charge of the United States are evil bastards with an evil ideology. You agree. Let's move it over to Israel. Same analogy. If you have a Jewish state, the secular Jews, evil ideology. The Jewish theology, which also exists there, evil ideology. So both of these that we're combating are evil ideologies. You want us to support both of those evil ideologies to take out another evil ideology when right here, we have an evil ideology we're combating in our own nation in order to support the ideology which isn't evil, Christianity. Perfect.
Now, it is a fact of the world, and it is a fact of the Bible, that many figures, nations, evil in themselves, are nevertheless, A, on the side of good, or B, the chosen instruments of God. God will frequently use not only flawed, but downright evil people. God talks in the Bible about the fact that the Assyrians, monsters, pagans, are, quote, the rod of my justice.
Yes,
God is using the Assyrians.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So why is he going to use the Muslims to do good?
And this is also true
then?
of individuals. All the things that you talk about that are bad in Israel today were going on in the Old Testament. The worshipping of the golden calf, all kinds of sexual immorality.
Why this is illogical?
Here's why. Because you're drawing the fallacious conclusion that somehow if the Jews are secular, if they have LGBTQ rallies, somehow they have ceased to be the people of God. They are no longer sort of real Jews. They are now secularists. They are outside our area of moral concern. And I'm simply suggesting that the God of the Bible takes the opposite view. Never once does God say, you know what, you Jews, because you worship the golden calf, I'm taking back all my promises to Abraham. Give me the land back because I never gave it to you unconditionally. I gave it to you conditionally, hand it back over. Does God ever say that in the Bible?
He just punishes them. No, I'm not making that claim.
And Israel has been punished.
You're just putting words in my mouth. Again, back to the ethical claim. None of this even matters. It's completely irrelevant to what you're even talking about.
Why is it irrelevant?
I'll tell you why. This is hilarious.
You think the character of God is irrelevant to our discussion of good and evil?
You made the claim that God will use evil for good. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. You agree with that. Then why do we assume that he's going to use the evil ideology of the Jew for good, but not the Muslim?
Well, God may well...
Hang on.
Yeah.
I want to repeat that question because I want you to answer it.
I'm answering it.
Why should we assume that it's only Jewish people who we both agree hold an evil ideology instead of Muslims who we agree hold an evil ideology that God won't use them for good? Why do we just instantly assume it's only going to use Jewish people for good?
Well, number one, we are fallible people in the world. So we have to look and make judgments. It is possible to argue, for example, someone might say, due to the fact that America has become like Sodom and Gomorrah, God used 9/11 as a form of divine punishment on America, right? You can make that argument.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's a very speculative type of argument.
I agree.
Yeah, and so I
is the argument
make
that
it, but
God's
in
going to use
theory,
Jews to do good.
In theory, it's not impossible.
Speculative. That's a speculative argument to say God's going to use this evil ideology to do good. That's your argument.
So my argument was not, quote, God is using the Jews who are evil to do good. My argument was a refutation. Hold on. Let's be really clear.
Okay.
You basically were saying these are bad people and they are outside of God's purposes. And I said many times God uses people, even people who are completely rejected him, as his instruments for his divine purposes.
Like Muslims.
He's done it repeatedly. Now,
like Muslims?
Now, I don't deny that in principle, God could use the Indians, the Muslims, the Chinese. Yes, God can use those
That's
people.
the whole point, man. You're just defaulting for some reason to say only this specific people group who I think holds an evil ideology, which you did say, that people group God's going to use for good. These other people groups. So you're asking us to pick an interest between two evil ideologies, pick and choose which ideology we prefer, because you think that God's going to prefer that we prefer one of those evil ideologies.
Well,
Dinesh.
first of all,
that's the reduction of your logic.
First of all, you're arguing as if there is no connection between God the Father. I mean, if you look at the Christian Bible, you could almost say that
Magic Jew blood?
Hold on. You could almost say that the Old Testament is the biography of God the Father, the Gospels are the biography of God the Son, and the Acts are the biography of God the Holy Spirit. This is the Trinity right there. And this is the historical unfolding of the Trinity in the Christian story. And now you're pretending like there is no relationship between Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, God the Father, and
Yeah, people in my chat, some of which aren't even fans of Andrew Wilson, which, by the way, I like Andrew Wilson a lot. I think he's very good at what he does. But even they are like, he's demolishing poor Dinesh. Dinesh is getting absolutely spit roasted here. You know, yeah. Andrew is pointing out the just irrationality of his argument that if you're going to say, well, you know, God does use evil for good, and which is true, but you're going to say he does it with this group, but not this group. Now, why is that? If you had to analyze that, why do you believe that? Well, is it because there is a social and political cost to, supporting one and opposing the other? I think that's a perfectly valid question. I think that in our climate, we have been trained and taught through our system that you have to accept supporting Judaism, Judeo-Christian, and not accepting Islam is natural. I mean, you look at the things that Islam does and you're like, well, this is not something that I want for me. But for me, I look at Judaism and I see a lot of the same things. There are things I don't want in our society that are norms of Judaism. There are things that they do I just don't want as norms. I want to live in a Christian nation. I want to live in a nation that was founded by Christians, is primarily housing Christians. There's a Christian ethic. Now, if Jewish people want to live there, I think that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with individual Muslim people and individual Jewish people. My problem is when you get a big enough group of people and they start demanding the implementation of these things. Because it never ends well on either side. Christianity, I think, is the only way that you can create the balance because of Jesus Christ, because of the Bible, because of the teachings of the faith. That's why I am somebody that is vehemently against the encroachment of secularism, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam. No, I think that Christianity needs to be the guiding and fundamental principle of the United States of America.
The Jews?
Are you pretending that there's no relationship between God the Father and Christians?
Yes. No, I'm saying
that's really what's hilarious here.
No, we can break
it down. Hang on, we'll break it down. I'll break it down with you. I'll go right along with you.
Would you
Jews
agree?
have magic Jew blood? Yes or no?
Have what?
Magic Jew blood, so they're preferred by God?
Well, God isn't picking based on magic Jew blood. God is picking based upon a particular community that is built around a set of divine instructions, rights, laws, commandments,
Does this
prophets.
particular community have a specific DNA by chance?
Sure.
Got it. So, and we could trace that through their blood, right? So you would basically just say that people who have this particular blood are favored by God.
Well, no more. I mean, you could make the same argument about Christians. Christians have DNA.
Exactly. So, and
Right,
I would
but-
make the argument, I would make that exact argument about Christians. What's kind of hilarious here, as we're kind of moving through this, we're finding out that, one, you still have no moral out for why it is that Christians are supposed to support Jews or Israel. Haven't heard a single argument.
Well, that's because
not one.
you're-
And by the way,
that's because you're setting a standard where I am a Christian monk sitting on a sacred pillar in the Himalayas, and you're
What?
now asking me,
No.
give me a reason to support Israel.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Christians living in the...
No, the whole thing is, are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews and Israel? That's the whole point of the debate. You took the side that says yes. It is your obligation. It's your obligation to then take up that argument about why, yes, they should. They do have an obligation.
The world, where we recognize that in the world there's a lot of admixture of good and evil, and there might be good people in an Islamic world, but the Islamic ideology is bad. There might be good people
the
in
Jewish
Iran
ideology
right
is
now.
also bad by your own admission.
Jewish theology is bad. Judaism isn't, quote, an ideology. Judaism is a theology, and I agree.
Where do you get your ideology from?
Well,
your
what I-
theology.
Well, what
you
I was
know
getting
who said
at-
that? You in your book.
Well,
You in your own book said that.
I said a little minute ago, and you agreed, that Islam is a comprehensive ideology that includes family law, divorce, honor killing, Sharia. Judaism is not an ideology in that sense. It is not trying to create a sort of comprehensive supervision over the world.
Except its
Islam
own
is.
state?
What?
Its own state
It
with
doesn't
its own
do it in
laws?
Israel. Israel doesn't have... when is the last time you heard, for example, of Jews being stoned for adultery like in the Old Testament?
Oh,
Happens
not
all the
in
time?
forever. Not in forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
So in other words, there's a big difference. In Islam, you still do get stoned. You get
Yeah,
thrown
sure.
out of windows.
Sure.
You get killed by your own family members. You get killed for leaving
But
the religion.
nobody's making a dispute there. The dispute that we have is whether or not
Yeah, and so the
Christians
point I
have
was
any
making-
obligation to morally
Okay.
to support Israel
All
or
right.
support.
So Dinesh's his argument is, you have a moral obligation to support Jews and Islam because they're not as bad as Muslims and Islam. That is his argument. You, as a Christian, have a moral obligation and duty to support Israel and the Jews because, well, they're still bad according to him, but they're not as bad. Right. Not a very compelling argument.
Support Jews who you, by your own admission, you say is an evil ideology.
And I was saying that Israel, against that ideology, is doing a lot of good. If there's a ring of pedophiles and a cop decides, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to beat the shit out of all these people and I'm going to save all these kids, you go, wait a minute, isn't the cop a Jew? And I'm like, yeah. And you're like, well, isn't he a heretic? Doesn't he have the wrong ideology? Shouldn't we be rejecting him as much as the pedophiles? Dinesh, why are you making arguments for the lesser evil?
This is backwards. It would be like,
How is it
would be
backwards?
like-
I'm saying
it
that
would be like a
Israel-
cop who was also a pedophile beat the shit out of 10 pedophiles.
How is the cop-
And I'm like, okay, that's right on, pedophile cop who beat
Wait a
pedophile.
minute.
Like, what are you talking about?
So
It's like an
pedophilia.
evil ideology. You make me want to pick and choose, but why? Why should I?
Yeah, so Andrew is correct here. Andrew is correct here. First of all, his analogy, Dinesh's analogy was terrible. It was terrible. And by the way, why are we even talking about Islam in a conversation about Judaism? The question is, why should we support Israel and the Jews? Why should we support Judaism and Israel? That's the question. Right there. We're talking about Muslims. Muslims have nothing to do with it. I mean, if you want to make an argument that, well, we need to side with Jews because Muslims are worse, that's not a very good argument. That's not a very good argument. But I think that it's important that people see this debate because people are realizing that there has never been a really, really good argument as to why. Now, from my perspective, I'll repeat. I think that we as the United States, I think we need to take over Israel. And I don't mean by going in with guns. I mean, we need to create, a treaty, and we need to create like a working relationship where we can have 100,000 Christians go into Israel. And every year you have more and more Christians going in there. And eventually, if you did that, I think that the attacks, eventually would stop. I do. I think they would eventually stop, because if you get more and more Americans in there, more and more Christians in there, you get American influence in there, it's going to have a major change and a major impact.
Lol, remember in the dedication credits of Rambo 3 when we were morally obligated to help the Taliban? Enemy of my enemy is Dinesh's argument.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. No, his argument is, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But the thing is crazy, he doesn't view Judaism as an enemy. He supports Israel. So he's like, the enemy of my friend, the enemy of my friend is also my friend, but I can't explain why we're friends, other than my friend has an enemy. Okay? Your friend has an enemy, why are you friends? What are you doing together to make you like, oh yeah, we're buddies? It's like, he can't really explain that, and I think that's part of his problem.
Support either. Why should I support either? Why?
Right. So because the cop is a drunk and he insults his wife and he got divorced and he has a mistress, we're not going to support him in his campaign against the pedophiles because he's no better than the pedophiles because they're both evil, according to you.
No, you're taking. So if you want to take the extremes there, we can actually do that, and we can look at that.
Why is it an extreme? Let's
sure. Hang on. We'll look
so
at,
pedophilia
we'll look at the same logic.
Is Sharia.
Yeah. Hang on.
Pedophilia equals Sharia. It's the comprehensive Islamic law.
Are you going to use your national resource or your resources? Let's just use your same example. We'll use the example of the drunk.
Yeah.
He's a drunk. And we're all morally against drunkenness, let's say. I mean,
not me, but
I'm not.
Perhaps you are.
But let's just say in this hypothetical that you are. So the drunk cop comes in, he beats up all the pedophiles, and we go, right on, man. You beat up these pedophiles, that's great. And what you're doing is a lesser evil, because we assume in this analogy that drunkenness is evil, right?
Exactly.
Now, are we going to give this guy any resources to go get beer?
Yes, if he did a good job. I would give him some resources.
So you're going to support a thing you consider to be evil?
No, I'm not supporting the evil. I mean, if you ask me if I was
then what makes him evil? What makes the drunk evil in this analogy?
What I'm getting at is that the cop who did this deserves a medal. If you ask me, are we morally obligated to support cops
great.
who are
Give him a
kicking
medal.
the ass
Here,
of pedophiles?
we'll go over
my
every
answer is
time.
Yes.
Every time
and it has nothing to do with what their private lives are like and whether this is like.
This is great.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is you agree. Let's talk about what we agreed. You agreed that Islam represents a kind of comprehensive evil. You agreed that because that is the case.
No, I agree. Both of these ideologies encompass an evil.
So you would say, for example, that Judaism poses the same menace, for example, to Western civilization, to your and my religious freedom, to taking over America that, say, Islam does.
I would say that the embrace of secular Jews and that being a part of the extension of the ideology of Judaism, exactly because they don't have the same formations that you just explained Islam does create an existential threat of progressive liberal ideology all the time, including in their own nation, Israel. And I do consider that to be the existential threat of humanity right this second. Progressivism is the worst threat to planet Earth right now.
I agree.
Even above Islam, for now.
I agree. Okay, so this is why debates like this are good. I would argue that the primary authors of Western secularism are, well, if I had to name a single religious group, it would have to be the Episcopalians. Why? Because where is progressivism the most ensconced in America? The answer is in the Northeast. That's why the guy from Maine stood up in the beginning and said, Maine has been ruined. It hasn't been ruined by Jews, by the way. It's been ruined by white, Protestant, Anglicans for the most part, but Unitarians. Okay.
So these heresies lead to bad outcomes due to the fact that they push in secular ideas. But just like you would make the claim, and I would agree with you, that many Protestant ideologies, especially out east, which is where it landed first, right? What we end up seeing is that they push in progressive value structures. The problem that you have with Judaism is it does the same thing. It often pushes for secular ethics, secular values, due to the fact that it does not evangelize nor have these same foundations you're criticizing Islam for.
Right, but it's not because...
Is that true, though?
No, because
it is true.
You are blaming... Look, let's put it this way. With the Christians, you're saying that the deviation comes from departing from Christianity. So you would say, well, these Unitarians aren't really Christian.
Didn't Jews depart from Christianity?
No.
Judaism?
No.
Yes.
Hold on. Of course, Judy.
The main part of Christianity called Christ?
The analogy we were making is as follows. You are saying that secular Judaism is the fault of Judaism. That's why you said Judaism produces this.
Yes.
But
yes, I am. In fact, it's just like I'm saying that this Protestants who have bad theology, that leads to a secular ideology, provably.
And let me
That's
ask you
what we saw with Judaism. Its same foundational heresy leads to secular values and progressivism. All we have to do is look at the state they're currently in that they founded, and what do you see? Dinesh, honestly, is it a progressive state or not?
It is a progressive state, but so is America. And what I'm getting at
and
here
America's
is that
founded by Protestants who
what
are
I'm
in
getting at
heresy,
is
exactly.
Why does Judaism have to account for secularism as a fault of Judaism, but Christianity suffers no blame, no responsibility, no inherent objection by the fact...
Protestantism does. You just gave an accounting of it. You just said Protestants hit out east. When you have all these different Protestant heretical sects out east, that led to a progressive ideology. I said, yeah, I agree.
Hold on one sec. Hey, Sean, I think the mic, we might have lost Andrew's mic.
Testing. Okay, I think we got it. Okay,
Yeah,
so I say I agree. The Protestant ideology led to progressive values. Somehow, though, when it comes to another heresy you agree is a heresy, which also led to huge progressive values in a state you just got done saying is progressive, that has nothing to do with Jews. That has nothing to do with Jews. It has nothing to do
I didn't say it has nothing to do with Jews.
It has to do with Judaism being a heresy, man.
I said it has nothing to do with Judaism, just like I would say the same, that in the case of the Northeast, the progressivism comes out of a rebellion against Christianity. Now, what
like Judaism?
It's a rebellion against Judaism, whereas you're presenting it as a manifestation of it.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying that the secularism in Israel is a result of a rebellion against Judaism, not a manifestation of it. You are maintaining that
it's a
Judaism...
rebellion against Christianity. The reason that these people groups become so ensconced in progressive ideology is because they reject Jesus Christ as their foundation. That is Islam, that is Judaism, and from my view, that is also many sects of Protestantism, which are non-Trinitarian. The reason they have to adopt those things is because the theology is so bad, they have to fill in the gaps with other
All right,
things.
so what we're saying here, and this is a point of agreement, we are dealing with a menacing radical secularism that has developed in the world and in the West.
Yes.
The West invented it. The Jews did not invent it. Its authors...
Protestants didn't invent it either.
Was Charles Darwin a Jew? Was Nietzsche a Jew? Was Heidegger a Jew?
The Protestant Reformation paved the way for progressive ethics. I agree with that.
I agree with it too.
It happened before the great thinkers of progressive enlightenment. The Protestant Reformation paved the way, but it happened before these things came to fruition. By the way, many of these Protestant heresies are considered by both Catholics and Orthodox to be Judaizing heresies for a reason. Same reason that we consider Jews to be heretics, not ethnic Jews. Remember, I'm making the distinction now between people who believe in Judaism theologically versus people who are just ethnic Jews. I don't have any problem with Arabs, and I don't have any problem with ethnic Jews. That has nothing to do with anything.
Right.
My point is, you can't look me in the eye and say that Protestant heresies led to the embrace of progressive ideology, but that Jewish heresies don't. And I can prove it to you. If you reject Jesus Christ, who is the source of all truth, what do you end up with? What do you end up with?
Let me say that even here in America, over the past 30 years...
This is not an answer to my question.
It is an answer. It is an answer. I have had a fair amount of experience with Orthodox Jews who have been fans of mine. They come up to me at events. Now, why are they fans of mine? They socially, politically, morally, they are to the right of me. They are totally against abortion. They are totally against LGBTQ.
So are Muslims.
And not only do they say it, they actually live it.
So do Muslims.
Hold on. So are the Muslims, correct. But what I'm getting at is that to argue that Judaism is itself responsible for secularism is stupid, because the most religious Jews are not secular at all.
Great.
They are
to argue, let me
on
show
the
you
moral issues.
I'm going to show you how stupid this is. To argue that Protestantism is responsible for progressivism is stupid, because out in the hallway I met some Protestants and they were really fucking paced.
No. Hold on.
That is literally the stupidest thing you've said tonight out of many stupid things. No,
this is pure sophistry.
Not sophistry.
Well, let me tell you why. Because what you do with an analogy is you misstate the analogy. If you could find me a group of devout evangelical Christians and say, these devout evangelical Christians who go to church on Wednesday, they go to church on Sunday, they are really into it and serious about their faith, but they happen to also support trans surgeries, they support abortion, I would be shocked, because I would say no. If someone is devout and serious about their faith, they're not going to support those things. They're going to be solid on the moral issues.
So Episcopalians are not solid in their faith?
So I just told you that Orthodox Jews are very solid on the moral issues, and they are not part of secular degeneracy.
Yeah, but this is crazy.
And then you switch the analogy and give me a generic Protestant.
I'm going to repeat it to you verbatim to make sure I got it right before I respond.
Okay.
I'm going to steel man the position so that there's no doubt this is not a straw man.
Okay.
You are saying to me, there are Orthodox Jews who are just super based, Andrew. They don't like abortion. They don't like LGBTQ. They don't like any of that degenerate stuff. Right?
Right.
Okay. Can we agree that there's lots and lots of Protestants, including Episcopalians, who you say are responsible for the current state of progressive Enlightenment principles being enacted in this nation, who are super based and also don't like abortion? Right. And they also don't like LGBTQ. They don't like any of that. True or false?
Yeah, and those Protestants, those Protestants fall into the Assemblies of God. They fall into the Baptist denominations, very different from the Unitarians, the Anglicans, the Presbyterians, and the Methodists. I mean, the reason
But you just got them saying, though, now you're in contradiction.
I'm saying that
the second you say Episcopalians are responsible for this, but not some Episcopalians, you're making the same argument with the exception that I would. You're right. Judaism is also a heresy, therefore responsible for the integration of progressive values, especially in Israel, but not all of them. Great. What the hell have we established here? Except that heresies lead to progressive ideology across the board, which is why the church has always been against them.
Heresies should be rejected theologically.
Yes.
But it's possible in a decent society to make moral alliances with people who are heretics but agree with us on certain moral issues.
Agreed.
And so you could find someone in America right now who's an atheist, but they don't think that kids should be killed in the womb. They don't support euthanasia or infanticide. They don't support trans surgeries. And you would say, guess what? You know what, buddy? You're on the right side. Now, are you going to heaven? No. Theologically, you are on the outside.
But is it immoral not to support them? Is it immoral not to support them?
What I'm saying is...
Is it immoral not to support that same group you just said we could make an alliance with if we so chose? Would it be immoral for us not to?
It would be immoral to reject them when they want to be in alliance with you on the side of good. It would be like the pro-life movement deciding that anybody who's going to hell cannot be allowed in the pro-life movement. It would be wrong and immoral to do that because these are allies on a good cause. It doesn't matter if they have bad opinions on their socialists and other things. You don't support them in the socialism, but you support them in the area that they are on the side of good.
Got it.
And that's what I'm saying about Israel.
And this makes complete and total sense to me. So if I'm breaking down your position and I'm getting it totally correct, you're saying that if it is the case that, let's say there's a group of atheists who oppose abortion, you're not going to reject that help because the greater good is to stop abortion.
You would not reject their help in the pro-life cause, correct?
Right.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it would actually be immoral in that context to reject that help.
Correct.
Got it. Now let's get an equivalent analogy
Yes.
for how it is that if we decide that we're not going to send billions of dollars to Israel, we're not going to send a single soldier over to help them at any time because the United States electorate doesn't want it, and if it is the case that we no longer want any Israeli influence in our government whatsoever, why would that be immoral?
Well, it would be a wrong decision both tactically.
Why would it be immoral?
It would be immoral because what we are ultimately doing is we are taking an ally that is on our side and is kicking the ass of the bad guys in a very dangerous neighborhood.
They're all bad guys.
No, they're not all bad guys on this issue. The Islamic project is global caliphate. There's no equivalent Jewish project to that. The Jews are fighting that, and they're doing it with great effectiveness.
So then tell me this. Let's just pretend.
So in other words,
I'll
I'm not
it.
saying that we have democratically we could decide by the majority of people saying we don't want anything to do with it.
Let's dive right in.
And we have every right to do that.
Let's dive right in. Let's find out if this is true, if this is logically true. Let us play pretend.
Okay.
Tomorrow, all of these Islamic nations right around Israel unite and they crush it and they wipe Israel out in a single day. Let's just say in this hypothetical.
Yeah, okay.
What happens then? To the United States. What happens to the United States?
What happens to the United States now is that you will have created what Islam has long dreamed of, which is a restoration of we haven't had an Islamic.
Why do I give a shit about the Islamic Caliphate though? Why do I care? The
Islamic Caliphate
they have
is in
destroyed
Dallas.
Israel.
The Islamic Caliphate is all over Texas. It is not only taken
That's
over.
immigration, though. We can fix immigration, whether or not you have a Jewish state or not.
Hold on. Many of these Muslims have been here for decades. This project has been going on. Muslims came to Detroit in the 1920s. It was the anti-Semitism of Henry Ford, where he said, "I want to go and bring a bunch of Muslims over here."
Stay on topic. Israel's gone now in this hypothetical in a single day. They just steamroll it. They take all the land.
Right.
Okay. They are reforming a caliphate. Let's even say.
And you're like, who cares?
Yeah. When I go down to my toolbox to grab the wrench to wrench on my fucking car, I care about this. Why?
Okay. Why would you care if the same thing happened to Alaska?
Because those are my countrymen.
Oh, those are your countrymen. But you still can go to your toolbox and you can work in your garage. And if Alaska is off the map,
that would have drastic, direct repercussions upon me if it was the case that one of the states of the country that I live in was steamrolled by Islam. On the other hand, I think that there would be far less drastic and direct consequences were it the case that, let's just say, Israel steamrolled by Islam. What I want to know specifically, if it was, what the hell does the mechanic in the garage down the street, what does that do to him? Specifically, what?
Well, in your view of the world, if it is outside the geographic border of America,
That's
the
not answering
toolbox
the
guy
question,
has
dude.
nothing to do with it.
Answer
Would you
the
say the same
question.
about Mexico?
I want you to answer the question I ask instead of the obfuscation.
The world is a much more dangerous
Yeah, the world's
place.
a dangerous place. Dangerous neighborhoods
You don't
in the
care.
world. I know.
It
It's,
doesn't
it's
matter.
terrible. That's all rhetoric. Answer the question I asked. Forget the rhetoric. Give me the logic. Let's pretend. Seriously pretend. Game out the hypothetical with me. Israel's destroyed in a single day by its Islamic neighbors. Okay, that's what happens. It's gone. Let's just say. How the hell does that negatively affect the United States? What is it going to do to the average citizen here if that happens, even if Muslims are getting super uppity and want their caliphate?
Okay.
What?
All
What does
right.
it do?
Let's play it out.
Let's.
Okay, so number one, let's assume that a juggernaut launched out of, let's say, Iran and Qatar takes Israel.
Uh-huh.
And not only that, but now all the other Gulf kingdoms are intimidated, and so they submit to a single unified force. Let's just call it the United States of Islam.
Okay.
And that's the whole Middle East.
Okay.
It is fantastically rich. It has nuclear weapons, and it has a suicidal and genocidal ideology that says we love death, we don't like life. These guys, right, are now going to start bankrolling the Islamic project in America to a degree that you can hardly imagine. So we are now talking about the fact, and let's just game it out. You want to game it out? Let's game it out.
Okay.
Every politician in Texas, by and large, if you want to get their attention, just write them a check for $10,000 and they will call you within a week. Within a week to hear you out and what's on your mind.
Sure.
Now imagine an Islamic regime, 2 billion people in the world with almost infinite resources, offering every U.S. congressman $100 million in their PAC if they vote on the side of Islam. What percentage of Democrats do you think would say no? I would submit it's about 1 or 2%. What percentage
I
of
doubt most
Republicans would
Republicans
say
would say
no?
no.
I submit it's about 10%.
Okay, great.
My son-in-law included.
Okay.
But what we're basically talking about is a buyout of the United States of America, Inc. This is on the table. The Muslims say they're going to do it. They are doing it. We would
And all that stands in their way is 10 million
so
Jews.
You started out.
All that stands in the way of all of the Muslim world uniting, even though there's nukes there now, even though they have a shared value to destroy Israel now, is 10 million Jews that are sitting. That's the stupidest thing that I ever heard. Here's actually
Well,
much more
you
likely.
started-
Hang
hold
on. I
Okay,
said let's
go
game it
ahead.
out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll game it out.
Let's game it out.
I'll game it out a different way.
Okay.
They destroy Israel in a single day. Isn't it equally possible that they open up relations with the United States and the rest of the West because they want to enter into massive trade agreements? Because it is the case that they want their own people groups to thrive? Because it is the case that they are geographically landlocked away from Europe for the most part and definitely the United States? Isn't
Okay.
it the case that we could then get oil for cheaper?
Yeah.
Isn't it then the case that there's all sorts of trade agreements we could have that we no longer have to sanction them on because we don't have to have this protectorate there? That's equally logically possible. The problem that you have here, I'm not saying that this should happen. I'm pointing out an analogy that you are making the determinative kind of quality here that 10 million Jews are stopping this nightmare scenario. And it's absurd. That's not what's actually going on. What's actually going on is the United States military is what's stopping that nightmare scenario, not 10 million Jews in the United States. And if we had mass migration of Christians to that region for their own holy land, for them to have their own holy relics, for them to have the holy land back to them, that region would be infinitely safer than it is right this second.
So I think here we've reached the point where the core naivete of your position, which is that the Muslims are just like the rest of us, comes to the forefront. When the Barbary pirates were menacing American ships and Jefferson sent ambassadors, Jefferson's question to the ambassadors was, go talk to the ambassador in Tripoli and ask them, what is their beef with America? They've been fighting with Europe for a long time. We haven't done anything to them. Why are they doing this to us? And the ambassador, Abdul Rahman, replied, he goes, it has nothing to do with you. We are doing this because it asks us to do it in the Quran. You are an infidel, and our job is to fight, defeat, and destroy the infidels. This is in the Quran. It is
Nobody's
the actual
disputing that.
constitution
Yeah.
of the world of Islam.
Great.
So when
I
you
agree.
say, these are guys who want coffee shops and tall buildings and Trump Tower and high tech, yes. But I would say, and here is where you would say that the Muslims who want those things are actually the Muslims least attentive to the Quran. These are the Muslims who are actually less Islamic.
And less
the
inbred.
true Muslims,
And less inbred.
The true Muslims see all of America as the house of war. So the idea that you suggest, which is that, gee, we're landlocked, we need to make some trade deals, is a complete misunderstanding of the nature of Islam. And this is part of the reason that you see Israel as an unnecessary
I
add-on.
just want to make sure the naivete is on my part that you believe the only thing stopping this future is 10 million Jews who are in that region.
No.
I just want to make sure that that is the
I'm
actual
not
position.
I'm not saying, look, you gave me a hypothetical. hypothetical.
Yeah.
And you said, if Israel is obliterated, the scenario I'm describing doesn't require the obliteration of Israel.
Sure.
It simply requires the complete mobilization of those countries. I think what Trump is doing is he's playing a game in which he's trying to set one Muslim off against another. He's like, listen, let me see
This
if
is
I...
actually perfect. So that if it is the case, Dinesh, that this does not require the obliteration of Israel for Muslims to do this right this second, if they do begin acting this way, and I agree with you that they likely will, then I could see how Christians would have an obligation to intervene, especially in our own interests, because now they're coming here to kill us. Great. We would need to do something about that. But you see how you carefully took Israel out of that equation and 10 million Jews are out of that equation? What's the obligation morally that we have to go help them right this second when you just made the claim that without them there, or with them there, this can still happen, even without their obliteration?
Well, let's extend out the same analogy to see why what I'm saying makes total sense.
Okay.
Let's envision a scenario where it's not Israel that is overrun, but Australia, Canada, Great Britain, France, and Germany are overrun by the Muslims.
With their immigration policy?
That's right, with their immigration policy, but not just immigration policy, massively supported by terrorist infiltration, money coming out of Qatar and other Islamic countries.
How did the terrorists infiltrate without the mass migration, Dinesh?
No, many of them are already in the country.
Because of mass migration, Dinesh.
Because of original mass migration, yes, I agree.
Because what we've done
okay,
is that this is suicidal empathy, but that has nothing at all to do. If we have good border policy and we have good immigration policy locking Islam out of the United States and Western world, which I would love to see, right? This problem goes away regardless of us helping Israel or not.
Number one, many of them are already here. Number two, the Muslim Brotherhood has made it really clear in its memoranda that we don't actually want to focus on bin Laden types with long beards and white robes. People are looking for that.
They want to focus on the womb.
We want American-born kids and American-born converts to take the vanguard. We need Islamic lawyers born in America. So unless you have some plan for getting out 30 million Muslims who are legal, and U.S. citizens, by the way, you're talking nonsense. You're just hypothetically saying if we close the border, the problem will go away.
We're not the UK, Dinesh.
We're not the UK.
We have very few actual Muslims here in comparison to the population total size. We have a lot of Hispanics here in comparison to the population of total size, especially illegally. If we were right this second to curtail off immigration from Islamic nations, this problem does go away. It's not usually the fourth, fifth generation Islamic kids, who by that time, by the way, have usually left Islam, who are the problem with this. What it is it's usually within the first couple of generations, or people coming in on H-1Bs, or coming in with different visas who conduct those terror operations. We've already absorbed Islamists. We've already absorbed a few million of them, but there's not that many of them. That's one. And two, over several generations of integration, that ideology, many of them move to Christianity, they move to secular ethics, they move to the general kind of civic ideology of the nation that they're in, if they're that small of a minority. So I don't think we would really have to worry too much about terror attacks.
Almost everything you're saying is factually untrue.
Which thing?
Okay, number one.
No. Dinesh, no. Everything you're saying is factually untrue. It's just not. It's not though, is it? It's not though, is it? It's not just factually untrue. Anyway, we're gonna jump ahead. We're not gonna watch the whole debate. We've watched a lot of it. We're gonna jump ahead to the Q&A. I definitely encourage you, if you want to go watch the rest of the debate. I strongly encourage it. It's a fantastic debate. Dinesh gets absolutely smoked by Andrew.
We're going to have a brief Q&A, and as people line up on the left side of this inside call, I want to give a final thank you to all of our sponsors, including Main First Project, Roar, Uncensored America, Apologetics Arc, and Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check them out in the description box. We are grateful for all of our sponsors who believe in fair debate. With that, we're going to start the Q&A. If you guys can move right over here, thanks so much, and we're ready for you. And then, folks, if you can do a favor, if you want to have a conversation, do us a favor, just do it in the hallway. That way people can hear people asking the questions and the speakers answering their questions. All right, here we go. Folks, need you to keep it down. Otherwise, it's okay to talk, but just go in the hallway and talk. Here we go.
All right, so my question's for Dinesh. Dinesh, the United States is $40 trillion in debt. Only 1 in 4 Gen Z adults own their own home. 69% of Gen Z reported living paycheck to paycheck in a 2025 survey. So my question to you is this. How much money am I, as a 22-year-old husband and father, obligated to give to Israel? Or if it's not that, if it's not a monetary obligation, do you just want like warm, fuzzy feelings towards the Jews in Israel?
May I ask you a question? What is
Can you answer mine first and then ask me the question?
Yeah, I'll answer yours. I'm asking you with a view to answering yours. What is the total amount of money that we give to other countries?
I don't think we should give any money to other countries.
I'm asking you what we should do. How much is it that we do give?
Couldn't tell you.
You have no idea.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
How much do we give to Israel?
About $3 billion a year.
Okay. Do you think it's kind of interesting that you are super well informed on the $3 billion we give to Israel and
Because I
not
looked it
informed
up.
at all as to how much do we give to Egypt?
Well, you did say that in this debate, to be fair.
What?
That's also true.
That we gave $3 billion to Israel.
No, that both domestically and internationally throws and wastes giant amounts of money. I'm simply saying it is really interesting that you have a surgical eye toward the $3 billion we give to one country, and you don't even know, you can't even say approximately, what if we were giving, let's just say, for example, $300 trillion or $10 trillion to other countries and $3.8 billion.
But we're not. And you didn't answer his question. You didn't answer his question. So how can you justify giving $3 billion a year of Americans' taxpayer money to Israel? That's the question. That's what you were asked.
Billion to Israel. Wouldn't that be interesting that you have no objection to all the others? You don't even know anything about them, but you're really well informed on this one.
This is entirely a non sequitur. You didn't answer my question, and you went on this random tangent about other countries. And I asked you, how much am I obligated to give to Israel? How much?
You're not obligated to give a single penny, but you're not obligated. No, you're not obligated.
Yeah, baby.
No, we as a country have to make. Hold on. We as a country.
Folks need to keep it down in the back.
We as a country have to make a political calculation about what is the value of our alliance with Israel. Zero. Okay. Well, what is the value? You know, we have NATO. We have alliances with South Korea and Japan. What is the value of having an alliance with India and Korea and Japan to check the growing power of China? You might answer again 0. And that will put you into a position where the United States, by and large, is just remains to itself and protects its own borders. And that's a defensible position. I'm not arguing against it. I'm simply saying that with Israel, we actually do get a lot for our money. With other countries, not only do we get nothing, we don't even ask.
We get a lot for our
We don't
money?
even ask what we're getting.
Well, Dinesh, should Israel pay us to protect them?
Yes.
Well, I mean, Israel, if the United States, does Israel buy our military equipment? Yes, so they can pay us.
Well, I'm asking them, should they pay us?
Dinesh, just so they can hear you, your mic, if you can bring your mic back towards you.
Right here,
the second mic, go.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm asking you specifically, should Israel pay us to protect them?
Yes, and I think it does. Israel does pay us.
What? How much per year do they pay us?
Well, does Israel buy our military equipment?
Do
Yes
we
or no?
buy theirs?
We buy theirs and they buy ours.
So that's a trade agreement. We actually send them cash. We send them money yearly. How much should they send to us for protecting them? I don't want to hear about, we trade with them. We trade with everybody. How much do you think they should pay us to protect them?
How much should the Europeans pay us to protect them?
A lot.
A lot.
And
how
Trump
much do they
demanded
pay?
that they pay more.
No, Trump is not even demanding that they pay us. Trump is simply demanding that they pay more to their own defense. Trump has not even asked for $1 that the Europeans should pay us.
Yeah, but
so why?
Yeah.
Look,
then they should pay more for their own defense. But the thing that's funny is
all right,
the European Union is not even a protectorate. They can defend themselves. Israel can't. They can't defend themselves without us. How much should our protectorates pay us? How much? Can we ask reasonably? Can we ask reasonably for fairness? Why not $500 a day per citizen of Israel?
I can give you a chance to respond, then we got to go to the
how much should Taiwan pay us for preventing an invasion by China?
They should pay for whatever the naval cost is of doing that.
Right. This is why you're not president, because billing the Taiwanese per citizen isn't really going to work. We don't have to defend Taiwan if we don't want to, but it is in our interest to do it, by the way. It is in our interest to protect South Korea. It is in our interest to prevent bad stuff from happening in Europe. That's why even Trump, even though he's not involved in the Ukraine war, is keeping an eye on it. We do have interest.
Well, I'd actually say this is why you shouldn't be president, because we can easily force these nations to pay a protection cost for us protecting their asses from invasion from their enemies.
Folks need you to keep it down.
Okay.
All right, just to get to the next question, and then folks, do me a favor and just keep the background. Thank you.
All right, Dinesh, to get to the Bible, right? In Isaiah 63, verse 10, God turns his back on the Israelites because they disobeyed and broke the covenant. Hosea chapter 1, verse 9, they did the same thing, and he said to them, "You are not my people, I'm not your God." And then Christ himself, when he was brought before Pontius Pilate, the Jews said, "We crucify him," something like that, and they accepted the curse. So why should Christians be morally obligated to support the ideologies that put God on a cross?
Okay. I'm going to read you from Paul's letter to the Romans. This is 11, 28, 29. I'm reading verbatim. This is Paul talking about the Jews. Hold on. He's talking about the Jews. He's talking about the Jews. Concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sake. But concerning the election, They are beloved for the sake of the fathers, for the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. End quote. The meaning of this is that God never permanently turns his back on the Jews. God never revokes his promises. You will not find a single passage in the Old Testament or the New which says God, whatever God gave to Abraham, God took it all back. Okay. Even though there are groypers who talk about that now, we should go occupy Israel. It really belongs to the Christians because Jesus was a Christian. The truth of it is that the salvation, Jesus, out of Jesus' own mouth, salvation is from the Jews. I mean, this passage must really, I talked about some suppositories, right? Here's one from Jesus himself. Salvation is from the Jews, and the rest of us have the opportunity to be grafted in. In other words, there's no salvation without the Jews. Now, is anything that Andrew said today even remotely consistent with that? No.
You know that same chapter you brought up, Paul actually says the people of the old covenant were the ones getting crafted out, and then we, the Gentiles, are the ones being put in.
11:22 and 27. It reaffirms the fact that the wild branches grafted can be cut off. There you go.
Damn!
Jump to the next.
Damn, he got... Oh.
Yeah.
So yes, Andrew did say things. I remotely support that. Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yes, it did.
He paraphrased something that he's interpreting in his own way.
I know. Who interprets the Bible? You? You're the ultimate authority.
Well, no, I mean, I read it for you to interpret for yourself.
Well, and I just
speaks
did.
for itself.
I just did, and I interpreted it differently.
Ready, Jonathan?
I was actually going to do the same scripture, but I think it's really we need to protect the Jews because God is going to say, hey, when the full number of Gentiles come, then the Jews have to be saved, and then the end will come. That's really what I would go with. And I actually have a great idea for your next debate. Should Israel become basically like a protectorate, like
a vassal
what's
state.
The word?
A vassal state?
Yeah. No, not like a vassal state, but more like how Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States.
Are you asking me?
Would you like to do that as like a feature?
Listen, what I think is this, is that I agree with a lot of what Dinesh says when he's talking about the rights of nations, especially when he's talking about conquest. Mm-hmm. I just think that you're not in a position to bargain if you're a protectorate.
Right.
The Holy Land does not just belong to Jews. An Orthodox church sits on the tomb of Jesus. Mm-hmm. Why is it that we don't continuously allow, Dinesh, for Christians to immigrate to Israel and make that demand that they allow it? Because there would be tens of thousands who would. And it's not like they're in a position to bargain. Why do we need to leave it a Jewish state? Exactly. Why is it necessary?
Well, first of all, we do live in a world of sovereignty where a lot of what you've been talking about, we need to seal our borders. America has every right to decide who comes in. But then when it comes to Israel, somehow they don't have that right. They can't decide who gets
It's not a right. Hang on. It's not a right. A right is what you can enforce.
This whole
a right is what you can enforce, and they have no choice. We do. We're the United States. We can tell you can't come in here, fucker. But if we couldn't, what do you say? Conquest. It's conquest. If you're a protectorate, you don't have rights. Except the rights that you are given by those who protect you, and that's that.
Gosh. All right, so you have a holy land. By the way, the Holy Land is not just Israel, right? There are holy sites in Jordan. There are holy sites all over the region. The Muslims maintain iron control over the holy sites in their countries. Christians have no rights. If you've been to any of the holy sites in Israel, as I have, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is thronging with Syrian nuns and nuns from India and priests from Africa. It's open. All faiths can come there. There's no restriction. So the argument that we should use military force,
I didn't say military force.
or we should strong arm Israel, that we need 100,000 Christians to go over there to keep an eye on the holy sites. This is an invented solution to a non-problem.
Well, wait,
and it is done with just malicious intent because you would never say that of any other country.
Yes, I would. I would say the same thing. Any protectorate that we have where we allow immigration to us, we should demand that they allow immigration there. Period.
Okay, so what should we do?
And then we got to go to the next one.
Let's keep moving.
Ready.
Dinesh, if I decided to convert to Judaism tomorrow, do I have the right to move to Israel and kick out a Christian family from their home, live in it? And if the answer is no, what percentage of my DNA being ethnically Jewish would make this morally justified?
Let's go through it slowly, because there are like 4 steps in there. Yeah. If you have a right to convert to Judaism, which you do, and then you would have a right to emigrate to Israel. If Israel takes Jews from all over the world, it follows. The rest of it doesn't follow. So I don't think that you have some right to go kick someone out of their home. I don't agree that you would have the right to displace a Christian family. So no, you would have the right to move to Israel. You could go buy an apartment in Hatzor or wherever you want and live there.
But what about a nation's sovereignty, man? Like, couldn't they just say, hey, you can kick out this Christian, and you'd be fine with that because they're sovereign and stuff, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that Israel is a democracy. They can make laws within their country, just like we can make laws in ours. I haven't heard you propose that we go take Jordan by force, even though there are holy sites in Jordan. There are holy sites all over the region, by the way. You have abstained from calling for any kind of strong arming of any Muslim country. Why? Because you know that that's stupid and we're not going to do it and it's not even on the table.
Yeah, I don't.
But somehow when it comes to Israel, it's like, okay, because...
Yes, I don't think Christians want to immigrate to inbred Muslim nations. That big brain
Okay,
I do think that they would want to immigrate to Israel, the site of Jesus Christ, yes.
Try to get more.
Yes, this one's for you, Andrew. This was good, but at the same time, I was left a little disappointed, not from you, but because you weren't able to actually argue the ought. And so my question to you, Andrew, is if you came with any idea of if you actually would have an ought, obviously that's not your responsibility. What would your defense be?
In my opening statement, I predicted that Dinesh would not actually have an ought for this. Now, to be perfectly fair, and I'm going to be fair to my opponent, right? It was a spirited debate. I get all that. It is the harder position. It is literally the harder position, and usually you guys are just used to me taking the harder position, but for once, he had to defend a position. I thought it was important that he did, but I did not think he would have an ought no, because I don't think it's easy to make one for this.
All right, so let me say a word about this. Somehow, there is a distinction between an is and an ought, and there's a certain naive view that an is and an...
There's a difference between an is and an ought. Yeah, what is versus what ought.
Ought are unconnected. That somehow, if you say an is, no ought follows from the is. This is
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It's called Hume's guillotine.
Yeah, exactly. And Hume is not only out of step with the mainstream of philosophy. It would.
Hold on, I do.
Oh. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Just when you thought Dinesh couldn't get any funnier, oh man, it's so crazy. For those that don't know, Hume's guillotine is it's a philosophical idea that you cannot logically derive a moral rule or prescription ought from a pure factual description of the world is. So, basically, Dinesh is like, well, that's antiquated old school philosophy. It's like, oh man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Want to let Dinesh finish?
I'm very familiar with Hume. Don't get me wrong.
That door is gray. That implies what ought?
Okay.
That door is gray.
Okay.
What implies what ought?
All right. I am an author. I ought to write some books. I just gave you an is that implies an ought. I am an author. That's an is. I ought to write some books. He is a doctor. He ought to cure people.
We're going to jump to
This is
the last question.
This is the keyboard.
What's the ought?
Okay. It ought to be used for computing.
This is the last question.
I just gave it to you.
Oh man. Oh, I didn't catch this part. I didn't watch the Q&A. I missed the best part. I mean, Andrew demolished him in the debate, but like in the end, Dinesh is like, wow, this is amazing.
And because you're stumped, the best thing that you
I'm
can do is to
fucking stumped,
guffaw,
all right.
because you think that in classical Christian philosophy,
oh man, this is so bad.
At this point, I think Dinesh is just doing a self-humiliation ritual.
Yeah, Quaz, you think this is like some kind of kink? You think this is some sort of kink? He has like a humiliation fetish, where he just wants to be laughed at and humiliated. I mean, this is brutal. It says, as bad as this is, at least they're not women. True, brother. True. Oh man, thank you, Quaz, for the donation. Guys, I appreciate all the support tonight. It's been overwhelming. Thank you so much. I couldn't do this without you guys.
Every ought.
All right, folks, need to keep it down.
Jesus died for our sins. We ought to worship him. Is and ought is more closely connected than Hume conceded. Hume wanted to attack morality, and his way of attacking morality is to put all of morality in the ought column, and therefore to say that no ought can come out of an is. You think Aristotle would have agreed with that?
You just said, well, first of all, these are two different philosophies, but you just said I said this is a keyboard, and you said you ought to use it.
It ought to be used for.
Great, hang on. All I'm asking, I'm just going to ask a simple question. How do we get to the I ought to use it? Because I described that it is that thing.
Well, the ought is teleologically derived from the thing that it is. I mean, a lot of the argument.
Why can't I just use it as a paperweight?
Okay, a lot of the classical argument against homosexuality is that you have a rear end. It ought to be used for the purpose of excretion and not to stick large objects in it, right?
True.
There is an ought coming out of an is. There you go.
That does not defer an ought from an is.
Women are constructed in a certain way.
We do.
Hold on. Women are built in a certain way. That is the is,
Okay.
right? Women ought to live a certain way and derive certain social roles and responsibilities which arises out of their nature. I've just given you an ought that comes out of an is.
Hang on, Dinesh. I just want to, real quick, it'll take me 1 second.
Yeah, let's
I walk
pursue
into a
it.
room and there's a woman on the bed, spread eagle. I ought to fuck her, right?
Is that what I said?
No, that's what I'm asking.
No.
Why not? The telos, man. My penis goes there, bro.
Wow.
We're going to wrap up. I want to give you a chance if you'd like to respond to Dinesh, otherwise we're going to do
Okay.
Do want to ask each of you if you can share for those viewing online where people can find you online, as we've got both of our guest links in the description, folks, but do want to share or want to hear where you can
I
share.
do a weekly show called Dinesh. It's on X and YouTube and Rumble. I'm publishing a book on biblical archaeology in October. It's called The Stones Cry Out, and it is about the massive findings in biblical archaeology, Old and New Testament both, that support and authenticate the historicity of the Bible and support the foundations of Western civilization.
Thank you so much.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of The Crucible. I do everything from political commentary, news coverage. I do debates all the time, home of the TikTok invasion, where we make lunatics seethe. It's my favorite thing on planet Earth, and that's where you can find me on The Crucible on YouTube and Rumble. Not one step back.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please join me in giving a round of applause.
Yeah. Great show. Man, I'm sure Andrew Wilson had to run to the bathroom because he had the runs because, man, oh man, he cooked and ate some Indian. That was absolutely brutal. That was brutal. And even the people that don't like Andrew Wilson, you got to admit, he did phenomenally well. He absolutely cooked and ate this guy. And it wasn't even close. So anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Man, oh man, brothers. That was something else. That was something else. Let's see. Okay. Let me go. Okay. All right. Should we play some Helldivers? Should we play some Helldivers? Into hell we dive. Democracy arrives. Man. Everyone, thank you so much for the support tonight. It's much appreciated. More than you could know. I appreciate it. Each and every one of you who donated. Just thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. That's amazing. I just wanted to say that. How grateful I am. You know, I don't take any of the support on this channel for granted, and it's very much appreciated. You know, you guys allow me to do what I do, and I will never stop being grateful. I'll never stop being grateful for that support. I don't care how. If I were to ever blow up and become a big star, I never would I take any of that stuff for granted. Like some other content creators, okay. All right, brothers.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life.
Our way of life.
Hello. But freedom doesn't come free. No! Sweet liberty! No! Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could
turn
be
that off?
next.
Okay.
That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength
I like Helldivers
and
too.
the courage to be free. Join the Helldivers.
Yes, sir.
Become part of an elite peacekeeping force. See exotic new life forms.
Yes, sir.
And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
All right. We're on my ship, the Wings of Wrath. The SES Wings of Wrath. So, for those that weren't here last time, I upgraded, and for those that weren't here last time, I upgraded. I got new weapons, new gear. Let's see. Find ongoing mission. Let me bust out the exosuit. Exosuit? What
The
exosuit?
struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste. The
We get an
managed
exosuit?
Democracy continues. Let us rally.
But that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be bringing some democracy. Because here's the deal, guys. Guess why I decided to buy Helldivers? Because there is a war bond for Warhammer 40K coming to Helldivers, and if you don't think I'm going to try that out, you got to be kidding. I'm going to be saving up all my super credits. I'm going to be Well, that's the main influence. Okay. I think you usually have good takes on stuff, especially when it comes to stuff with the gaming industry. Me? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, my takes on gaming are usually pretty... I mean, it's just common sense.
Commando operations present a challenge for only the most elite of the
Oh!
galaxy's elite. Will you brave the gauntlet, Helldiver?
Oh, we got Heinrich in the house. All right, well, I'll go a little bit harder. I was gonna go solo. I'm gonna try it solo, but you know what? We'll bring Heinrich along. Let's see, we'll sabotage the airbase first.
FTL jump to the Truehass system.
Yes, sir. Oh, look at that! Yeah. We got our super ships.
SGL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpod prime.
Okay, let's see. Gatling. Offense. Ooh, laser cannon. Laser beams. Laser beams. Ooh, I like that. Do I have a boost? No. No boost. We got to use the boost to get through. All right. Okay, we're just waiting for Heinrich to get ready. I think we're waiting for Heinrich to get ready. Okay.
Hellpod launch suspended.
Wait, what? No! No! Okay, what is happening? Okay, no. No, why did it do that? I have to take a fourth one? Really? I have no choice but to take a fourth? Okay. Oh, we get a tank or an exo? Well, I want to try both of them. We're gonna get a tank? Man, a tank or an exosuit. Can you imagine?
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not
Ooh, wow. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, no. No!
Throwing grenade!
Damn.
Requesting locker. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac.
Well, I survived.
Walker, northwest.
Oh man, look at this! Look at oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, look at this, look at this, look at it! No! Look at that! I can get in it? Oh my god! Ah! Oh no! 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 It got me! What the hell? No! No! I just got you! Oh my god, what happened? What happened? I got... No! Oh my gosh, we got it. We got to avenge. Oh man, we got to avenge our... Oh man. You bastard. Oh man, they took my ride. You assholes. Oh man. You son of a bitch. These assholes. They took my ride. Oh my gosh, that is infuriating. You asshole, you absolute assholes. We're gonna destroy every one of you. I was having fun. Okay, got him.
New man! Down a sentry! Run outpost destroyed.
Okay. Oh! Shoot! Oh, shoot. Damn.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Democracy has landed.
Democracy has landed, sure. Okay. Where's my stuff?
Support weapon. Dropping a pin. East.
Where? Oh, here we go. There's your cannon. Okay.
Tagging map. East. 300 meters.
Oh, look, we got some samples. That's nice.
Affirmative.
That's nice. They blew up, like, I literally had that thing for like 2 seconds before they blew it up. I didn't even get a chance to drive it. I didn't even get a chance to see how it moved. They blew up my boy. Oh, that is so brutal. I did not like that one bit. I mean, that thing looks so cool, but it's got a hitbox like nothing. They made it out of paper mache. Okay, so where are we going? Where are we going? Let's go destroy some of these baddies. Oh.
Objective nearby.
Let's go destroy some of these baddies.
Dropships.
Where's the dropship? Okay, well, this one. No!
New man.
All right. So where are we going? What are we doing? Out of ammo? Here, take that, you assholes. I really wanted to play with that thing. Okay, what are we doing? Oh shit.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Okay. And somebody in chat asked, is this footage from Iran? It's footage from Iran. That's true. Okay. I think that's as far as we can reach. We've taken out the enemies. Okay, one of the fabricator factories is down. Okay, no more making bots for you. Okay. Oh, ammo. Don't mind if I do. Oh, another exosuit? Another exosuit, huh? Oh, man. All right. Now we're talking. It better not blow up. Here I come. Okay, so I can get out of it. Get out of it. Okay, so it's got. Eat shit, assholes. Yeah! Get fucked! Can this thing run? Or am I limited to the speed? Wait. Who's firing it? Where are you coming from? Excuse me. Where are you guys all coming from? Hello? Hello, where are you guys spawning from? Hello? Is there a fabricator down here somewhere? What? Where'd you guys come from? Is it a dropship? Okay, so I can stomp on them, but I can't run. And we are definitely running low on ammo. Where are you guys spawning from? Well, I like this suit. Oh, they spawn. I like this suit. I've lasted longer in this thing, which is nice. Let's see, where are we going? Okay, I'm gonna go over here because I see this thing blinking. I see them over there. I'm gonna leave them alone. Guys, I'm one of you. I'm a robot.
I finished the prototype. Look for my TT theme framework in Space Marine 2.
Ah, it's really cool. All right, well, I'm out of ammo. Bye, guys. A laser beam. Okay. 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 Ammo.
Found something.
What is this? Interact. Okay. What did we get? Oh, super credits. Very. Oh, wow. Lasers. I love the lasers in this game. This is great. Very nice.
Sample. East. Marking location.
For my TT theme.
Tactical asset near your
That's
position.
awesome.
Tagging location. Marking location. I'm on it.
Oh, what's in here? Ooh. Requisition slip, super credits, arc thrower. I don't know if I want to try something new. What's an arc thrower? Oh, it's got unlimited ammo? It's the Hassan gun! We found it, guys. We got the Wow. That's cool. It's got unlimited ammo. What is it? What's its range? Damn. That's cool. It's a Thunderbolt gun. It's a Hassan gun. We got to find one of these guys and tell him place. Oh shoot. Oh no, no, no! Ah! No! Ah!
Requesting sentry. Say hello to democracy.
Woohoo!
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
Oh man, I love you, turret! Please don't turn on me. Oh, I love my turret. Thank you, turret.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Thank you, turret. I don't know who this guy C3 is, but he's doing a lot of the work. I don't even know where I'm going. I think I want to go this way. I think. Okay. I mean, look at this.
Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
This looks like the United States after Canada has a fire. What are we in? What are we in? Like Minnesota or Michigan?
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Okay. Okay, I think we're going in the right direction. Oh. Shoot. I see a bunch of enemies.
Dropping a pin. West.
Dang. Oh. Okay.
Automaton outpost scrapped. Calling down a sentry.
Oh man.
Injury? What injury? Freedom forever!
Okay. Correction, it's called Free of Thought. Interesting. Type 2 Zeta. Interesting. Alright. So we still have more stuff to do over here. I gotta admit, I like the bugs are more fun. These guys are assholes.
New mag!
Yeah, these guys are kind of mean. Not gonna lie. Oh dang, Helldivers 2 animated series. Yeah.
Extraction is available.
Ooh, extraction. Okay. We're not extracting though, are we? We got more stuff to do. There's question marks. Okay. Did we get all the stuff over here? Oh, look!
Got a sample.
I found samples! Woo! I'm not too good for cleanup duty.
Requesting sentry.
Woo! Oh, dude, be careful.
Objective nearby.
Damn, that was the perfect spot for that thing. That was the perfect spot for that thing. Ooh, okay.
Calling down a sentry. Mag's empty. Requesting air support.
Mag's empty!
Dropping a pin.
Oh shit. Ah! No! No!
Freedom never sleeps!
Ah! Ah! Okay. All right. Where are you? Yeah! Ah, you asshole. Yeah, he got me worried a little bit there, but I got it. Oh, look, a shiny. Look, a shiny. I want to get it. I want to get it. I like this gun. This gun is very cool. I dig it. I like it. Okay, let's. Ooh. Oh, okay.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Okay.
You man.
Extraction is available.
Got it.
Say hello to the dog.
Oh, man. I like. Ah! No! 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 I don't have any stims. Okay, alright, run. What the hell? Where did everyone go?
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike.
I gotta throw down everything. Ah! Damn. I mean, I really threw down everything. Oh man, I got no stims. I'm gonna call down a resupply.
Calling down supplies.
I'm gonna throw it out.
Sending in an eagle.
Wait, where's the resupply? Did he do the resupply all the way over here? Right, oh, perfect! Resupply right in enemy fire! No! No, he issued the resupply right in the middle of the enemies! No! Oh gosh, alright. Yeah, no. Trying to get to his pack. Woo! Look at that. Oh man, he got me a stim. Thank you so much. Woo! So where was I going? Where was I going? Something was like blinking. Okay, well.
Calling in orbital strike.
I'm calling in an orbital strike. Oh, over there? Okay.
Orbital inbound.
What? Oh, dang.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh my gosh.
Requesting sentry. Proceed to extraction. Calling down a sentry.
Ah! Oh my gosh. What the heck? Ah! Woo! Ah! No! Oh gosh! I'm alive! I'm alive! I didn't die! Let's go! I didn't die! I survived! I have no stims left. Let's go! Absolute MVP. Absolute MVP. Man. Couldn't kill me. He wouldn't die. He just wouldn't die. Who wouldn't die? Sigismund. He just wouldn't die. Yes, sir. All right. All right. Let's see. Oh, this is fun.
I'm out.
That's nice. Oh, you only get one. Oh, okay. Recoilless rifle. Okay. There you go. Go down, bitch. All right. So I got a recoilless rifle. That seems like a good thing to have. So where are they going? Me? What are? Okay. So tell me, what are these?
Outpost cleared.
Okay. Tell me, what are these diamonds? What are these diamonds here? Like, I need to know. What are the diamonds? Because I've seen these and I don't know what they are.
Requesting sentry.
Oh. Woo! Okay. Oh. Wait, what? It's a shovel. Oh, so they're points of interest. Okay, but they're not ammo supplies credits. Oh, here we go. I got one. What the fuck? The guys are leaving without me. No! No, they're leaving without me. Guys, no! They're abandoning me. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, phew. Oh gosh. Yes. Yes. Eat shit! You thought you were gonna kill me, huh? Shit, assholes. There we go. You can't even see what I'm shooting at.
Calling down a sentry!
Sending down sentry.
Calling in.
Firing orbital strike.
Okay.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction
I made it! They didn't leave without me, guys! Let's go! Extract with a full team on hard difficulty. Yes, sir. Man, the difficulty does indeed ramp up. That was tough. Oh man, look at that. 4 stars! Amazing. Do I want to try a tank? Of course I want to try a tank. What kind of question is that? Do I want to try the tank? Now, we didn't get very many samples, but that's okay. We didn't get very many samples. But for me, I'm more interested in the credits. Look at that, covered in oil. We're covered in oil.
Liberty is victorious once more.
Okay. Let me go over here and take a look. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. The creamerator. Creamerator. Belt fed Gatling. Solo silo. Okay. I like that. Ooh, that's cool. K9. Hover pack. That's cool. Portable Helibomb. Okay. Okay. That's... Ooh, look at that. Okay, so I'm at level 5. Nothing unlocks at level 5. Doesn't seem. Okay. I don't want the grenade launcher. I can't afford it anyway. EMS orbital strike. No. 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 So honestly, is the Eagle cluster bomb better? I don't know. I don't know which one I have. Let's see. Original. We all do ops on bugs. So is the Eagle cluster bomb? Is that pretty good? No, I don't know. Let's see. Do I get this one? Okay, so right now I don't have like I have the basic orbital. I got nothing. I got nothing when it comes to orbitals. Is this one any good? 120 120 mm barrage. 500-pound Eagle. Well, I can't unlock the 500-pound Eagle. And airstrikes. So, okay, so the Eagle cluster bomb. So, which one? The Eagle airstrike or the Eagle cluster bomb? Well, which one am I getting? I don't want this one, I don't think. I can afford one of these two. Let's see. Eagle cluster bomb. I don't know. I don't know. All right, we'll figure it out later. We got more bugs to kill. We're gonna do this one next.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
All right.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
I go airstrike. Cluster is for chafe enemy. Okay.
Orbit synchronized.
Okay. Okay, where are we dropping in, boys? Tactical objective optional. Reinforcement pods. Okay.
What about here?
Okay.
Here?
Okay, I got orbital precision strike. So let's see. I got the Gatlings, orbital, and I'm actually gonna stick with the machine gun. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick with the machine gun. We're level 6, boys! Woo! Oh, wait, it's more stealth? Wait, it's more stealth? Oh, man, if it's I am not geared for stealth. I am not geared for stealth. All right, well, you know what? We're gonna wing it.
Allied destroyer has left squadron. Hellpods primed.
Oh, he left. He left. Man. Well, thank you for your help, whoever you are.
Hellpod launch initiated.
All right. I don't just take the shield pack I give you. Will do, sir. Will do. That sounds.
You are deep in enemy territory, Helldiver. May liberty guide your aim.
Oh, shield generator. Oh, very nice. Oh, I can. Oh! Oh! Oh my God! I get a shield generator. Oh man, that is so cool. I get a mini shield generator. Dang, that is sweet. That is absolutely sweet. Okay, got more stims, ammo, got more grenades. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, we're good to go.
Tagging map. East, 100 meters.
Okay, is there any credits? Anything? Ooh! Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot of units. Don't shoot! Oh man, you know me too well.
Spot outpost spotted.
You know me too well. Alright. I can be very stealthy, guys. I can be very stealthy. They're not going to catch me, even though I'm wearing this giant dome.
Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Uh-oh. Woo! Yes, sir. Woo! Okay.
Reloading!
Alright, I'm gonna reload.
Mag's empty!
Damn.
Southeast.
Okay. Okay, where are we going?
Rare sample acquired.
Oh, awesome. You got some credits. Like we all share the credits, right? Is that how it works? We all share the credits. Ooh, yeah, no. Okay. Okay, well, this is the stealth mission, I guess. You know? The stealth mission.
Objective near your position.
Okay. Oh, I'm not supposed to go. Not supposed to go that close. Oh, all samples and credits are shared. Awesome. Very cool.
Bot fabricator. Southeast. Close.
Damn. Oh man, long distance. Woo. Dang. Woo.
Marking location. South.
Okay. Well, we're very sneaky. Oh shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, not good. Not good.
Calling in reinforcement!
What?
Joining the fray.
The heck? Oh, I tried. I kept trying to call him in. All right.
Reloading!
Okay. Well,
Dropping a pin. Northeast.
I got about 25. Is this the Battle of Fallujah? Yeah. I got about 25% left in my shield pack. I got about 25% left.
Tagging location. Northeast.
This is a great stealth mission.
Danger. Rare sample acquired.
Why is this one messing up? Oh, no! Oh, gosh.
That's called democracy!
Wait, did my thing recharge? Does the shield pack recharge over time? If so, that's really cool.
With this broken arm! Dimming you!
Huh.
Heavy. Northeast. Close. Fire in the hole! Throwing grenade!
Well.
Reinforcing! Calling in reinforcements!
Why won't it let me do it? Alright, I'm gonna make sure I take these.
Marking location. East. Automaton outpost destroyed.
Okay. Oh man.
Dropping a pin. Reinforcing! 100 meters.
Reinforcements unavailable. Dang.
Headland.
Well, oh, okay. So we can get other reinforcements. Interesting. This is kind of an intense mission. I don't like those sounds. I really don't like those sounds. I do not like them at all. It's clankers. Okay, here he is. Okay. I'm just gonna follow D2 in here. I'm just gonna follow him wherever he goes.
Rare sample acquired.
Okay. Is there anything else like? Oh, look.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh, it sort of took him down. Woo! Oh, it's super square. No.
Last reload.
Last reload. All right.
Get some.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think it's time to get out of Dodge. All right, where's there a where where even are we? Let's see. I'm gonna go and get the reinforcements. I see that there's some reinforcements over here. I'm gonna go get those. I'm gonna run. We got a stealth mission here, so I'm gonna try to be as stealth as possible. You know, try to be stealth, but I need to get some reinforcements. Yep, not that one. Oh, thank you. Thank you, that was very nice. Okay. So, if I keep going this way, well, not exactly this way, but if I go around, I should be able to get some. Should be able to get some backup units, maybe. So, I keep going this way. Keep going this way. Around. Wait. Oh, it's a mole. Okay. Well, I am making my way to the revival thing, hopefully.
Tagging map, west, 200 meters.
Yep, that's where I'm going. Yes, sir. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Objective near your position.
Oh, man.
Found something.
Okay. What do we find? A medal. Okay, great. Where's great. Okay. Where is okay? What am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do with these? Okay.
Supplies. Objective complete. Dropping a pin, southwest, 200 meters. Calling in reinforcement! Reinforcing!
Ah! Okay, well, this is not going so hot. This is not going so hot.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Calling in!
Well, all right. Man, how am I the one to survive? Like, I got to be the MVP of this. I got to be the MVP. You know? Let's see.
Gotta fix this liberty-forsaken arm. Objective nearby. Calling down a support weapon.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna. Action link.
Objective completed.
Woo! Perfect timing.
Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters.
Let's go.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry. Last reload.
Okay, wow.
Out of ammo.
I am out of ammo. I am literally out of ammo. Okay, so where's the objection? Objection. Yeah, where's the objection? Damn, I've survived. Of course I use a controller. Oh man. Okay.
Mag's empty. New mag. For prosperity.
I'm just looking for ammo. I got no ammo, please. Okay. Well, what are we supposed to do over here? Okay. Use reinforcements. Use reinforcements. Okay. Is there any ammo here? Oh, you little shit. Oh, man.
Mag's empty.
Ah! No! No! Oh, they finally took me down! Hey, they took me down finally! Oh, man.
Reporting to the front.
Oh, gosh. I don't like this mission. I gotta be honest, guys. I don't like this at all. What are we even supposed to be doing? Like, incriminating evidence recorded. Recorded how? By what? Like, what are we recording? Okay. I don't even understand.
Mag's empty.
No! Oh my gosh.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Ready to liberate.
Okay. What am I even doing here? What are we even doing? Like, what are we doing? I really don't know. Don't step in the red glowing mine. Yeah, I figured that part out. It's great, thanks. What am I supposed to be recording? What's the recording part of it? Oh, you got the camera. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. You've got the camera, then we're just supposed to not die. It should be easy. Okay.
Reinforcing!
Okay. Okay. Oh! This isn't fun. Oh gosh! Wow!
Calling in reinforcements.
Well,
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
I don't like this level. Oh gosh. Why? Why?
Fire in the hole! New man!
Okay, well. Ooh.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Oh!
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100 meters. Not today!
Not today.
Outpost cleared.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I need one of those things. I need the shield generator. Yeah. It's not looking good, boys. It is not looking good. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. It's not looking good, boys. I don't even know where we would go. We're running. We're running. Are we going to make it? We got to run back and forth. No. Oh. I don't know, guys. Should we just call it? Should we just call it? Like, this is brutal. I don't know. Should we just call it? I don't know. I'll let them do it. Yeah. I'll let them do it. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, it's over, boys. It's over, boys. Oh no. No.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Point me to the enemy.
Oh gosh. Okay, what happens if we call in a super
Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters.
what happens if we call that in? Man, this is brutal. Where's the camera? Will I get matched with y'all again?
Allied destroyer joining squad.
Oh, you know. No. Okay, wow. We are doing terrible. I don't even know where the camera is. Where the hell is?
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes remaining.
Where? Okay. Woo! Oh my gosh. All right, where are we going? Where's the extraction? All right. Let's go. Run! Run, every man for himself. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get to extraction. Let's go. All the sacrifice. Let's go. We can make it. Oh man, come on guys. Come on. We can do it. We can do it. Oh my gosh, we're so close. We're so close. Now I have a feeling that we did that exactly the wrong way. The way you're not supposed to do that. Just a feeling, you know. Just a idea. Kind of felt like we weren't supposed to do it that way, but there we go. Oh man.
Calling in extraction!
Oh man. I just hope we can survive. I don't know if we should be fighting. I'm gonna, yeah. Yeah, you pull a Jeremy, you hide in the corner. Ah! Ah! Ah, okay, no, no. No. Ah! No! Someone's gonna make it! Oh no, come on. Oh gosh, when were the stratagems available? Oh, come on! You can make it! You can make it! 10 seconds! 10! Oh, come on! No! No! 5 more! 3, 2, 1! Oh, come on! Yes! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh, he can... Oh no! 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 Oh my gosh! He was so close! Oh man! Oh god! No! Oh my gosh, that was brutal. That was brutal. That was a valiant try. That is absolutely true. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, well, that's going to do it. I'm not doing another one after that. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Man.
Looks extra sharp today, Helga.
I had no idea what I was in for. That was absolutely nuts. Wow. Wow. Guys, we almost made it. We were right there. Right there. We were so close. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna wish you a good evening. I'm gonna say thank you for all the support for the channel. I really couldn't have done this without you guys. It's overwhelming. Thank you so much. God bless you. God be with you. And I'll see you guys